Kalimera. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third day of the 11th Annual Advisory Forum on Cultural Roots of the Council of Europe. I hope you all enjoyed yesterday's session and roundtables and the wonderful hospitality of the Cretan authorities during yesterday's dinner, music and dance. We all had a wonderful time. Thank you very much. I would like to invite you to please now take a seat. We have a very interesting program this morning with wonderful speakers, and we very much look forward to listening to their interventions. But before we start, I would like to remind, for the benefit of those who are joining us today, a few technical requirements for the smooth flow of this morning's session. For those of you who have received badges this morning, please keep those badges with you at all times. The badges contain a number of QR codes for you to access the program of the forum, all the videos that have been uploaded from the different speakers, practical information about Hania, and also the 2023 brochure of the cultural roots of the Council of Europe. As for prior days, interpretation is available in English, French, and Greek, thanks to our wonderful teams of interpreters. And the channels for each language are displayed in the conference hall. When the speakers are called to the stage, they're asked to take their seats according to the name tags that have been placed on these tables, and PowerPoint presentations that have been sent to the Secretariat will be projected during the appropriate intervention, and should you wish, you may move the slides using a remote control that will be given to you by the Secretariat. Otherwise, the Secretariat will take care of doing so. And finally, if you need any assistance, please, I invite you to approach the staff of the forum, which you can recognize by the color-coded badge, the blue badge. And now it is my pleasure to call Dr. Ioannis Papas, Director for Mediterranean Region, Global Sustainable Tourism Council of Greece, to the stage. Dr. Papas will be moderating the session 3, both the first and second sessions, panel 1 and panel 2. And these are themed fostering creative industries, cultural tourism, innovative technologies for sustainable communities. I will then ask to invite the speakers of the first panel of General Session 3 to take the stage, and following which I will call the keynote speaker. So may I invite Mrs. Mariela Modeva, the Deputy Minister of Tourism of Bulgaria, to come to the stage. Ms. Eleni Dondulaki, General Secretary of Contemporary Culture from the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports. Mr. Silian Loan, Vice President of the European Economic and Social Committee. Mrs. Panagiota Dionysiopoulou, Director General of Tourism Policy of the Hellenic Ministry of Tourism. Mr. Onur Gozet, Deputy Director General in the Ministry of Culture and Tourism of the Republic of Turkey. Mrs. Annie Allo, Senior Advisor for the development of the museum sector of the Finnish Heritage Agency. Mrs. Maija Oinonen, the Manager of the Alvar Aalto Route, Council of Europe Cultural Route, and Mrs. Corinne Battistig, Member of the Executive Board of the European Route d'Artagnan, a cultural route of the Council of Europe. And now we are delighted to welcome on stage Mrs. Angela Greco, the President of the Greek National Tourism Organization, one of the forum partners institutions who we take the opportunity to thank for her support. Ms. Greco, you have the floor. Thank you.
Our distinguished guests, welcome to our country. Welcome to Hania of the island of Crete. I hope you enjoy your stay here, and allow me to continue in Greek, my Greek language. Αγαπητέ αξιότιμε εκτελεστική γραμματέα της
Dear distinguished Secretary General of the Enlarged Partial Agreement of Cultural Routes, dear Mr. Dominioni, dear representatives of the Council of Europe, dear representatives of the local authorities of Greece, dear representatives of the city of Chania, dear President and dear friend of the historic Cafes route, Mr. Stathakis, dear members of our panel, it is indeed a great honor for us to have you here. Mr. Papas, thank you very much for moderating. It is a great honor and a great joy to be here with you representing the Greek Tourism Organization. Before I say anything else, I feel the need to wholeheartedly congratulate Vasilis Stathakis, who dreamed of this conference taking place here today and who created the historic Cafes route. Thank you very much for your inspiring work, and thank you very much for bringing this important conference here for all of us. Our organization has been supporting the conference since the very beginning. Since the very first steps of its preparation and implementation. This year's forum touches on tourism. Tourism has a role of protagonist, and we are very, very happy about that. And this was the right thing to do, because the European Union constitutes the most touristic area in the world. 37% of all international arrivals, and tourism stands for 9.9% of the European GDP and 11.6% at the level of employment. This 9.9% in Greece of Europe corresponds to 25% for Greece. So you do understand the importance of tourism in our country. In 2022, according to the Global Tourism Barometer, Europe becomes the very heart of global tourism recovery. But what is the comparative strategic advantage that makes Europe rank first in terms of preference? Well, it is, without any doubt, the European culture, which started in Crete, and it became the acquis of the European Union. The tangible and intangible culture of Europe is a huge capital for the European tourism economy, for employment, and for the sustainable development of our communities. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, currently in the European Union, sustainable cultural tourism is a vital part of regional and macro-regional policies. We need to find the best way to allow tourism to continue to be a lever of growth and well-being for every country of the continent of Europe, while safeguarding our heritage and the authentic character of all European communities. So we need to find the best way in order to understand how to further promote tourism without creating burdens and barriers for the local communities and for the environment. Now, the issue the panel will be touching upon is highly topical. It will touch upon tourism, cultural tourism, and innovative technology. It is a subject of paramount importance, comprising many different concepts and many different dimensions. Allow me to touch upon some of such dimensions and give you a series of examples of best practices from Greece. The example of the diving park of Sporades, For the first time in the Mediterranean, a diving park of archaeological interest is accessible to all people through the technologies without having to actually really literally dive into the sea. Promotion and safeguarding of cultural heritage with the support and the strengthening of the local community. Wouldn't it be interesting to create a submarine cultural route in the Mediterranean? Because the depths of the Mediterranean are indeed a vast, a huge archaeological museum. Then the city of Soufli, the remote city of Soufli, it ranks among the best tourism villages, and this is an excellent example for the development of countryside tourism. Then the Anima Syros, which is a cartoon festival. This made Syros a tourism destination throughout the year. This is an important moment for Greek tourism. The promotion of the less promoted areas of our country is one of the main axes of our strategy. We also want to combine the economy of hospitality, that is tourism, with the primary sector, the local products, our traditions, and so on and so forth. These are huge capitals we need to utilize and which will make us make the shift towards a truly sustainable tourism model. We wish to broaden the tourism season and avoid seasonality. And we created a symposium entitled Greece, the country of well-being. We want to connect the economy of hospitality with the Greek cuisine, the Greek diet, the Mediterranean diet, and with culture in general. Yet another project has to do with the promotion of the cultural heritage of the underrated island of Salamina. Remember the Battle of Salamina, which saved Europe and allowed Europe to exist today. It was a major battle. Another important event, the cage of Evripίδη,
τον κόσμο, όπου σε αυτή τη
the cave of Evripίδης in Salamina, where Euripides would plan and create. So we started ancient drama seminars there, and then we organized a conference on the work of Euripides. It is our aim to host students from Europe and the whole world interested in the ancient drama, for them to live this unique experience by participating in the seminars and by visiting the cave of Euripides, an experiential seminar, an experiential trip touching upon very important existential issues. So authentic experiential experiences are an objective for the modern traveler. This is what we see everywhere. This is what the messages say. In the post-COVID era and with the energetic crisis, current travelers have different needs. They don't only care about the sun and the sea. They want harmony, physical, emotional and spiritual harmony, and this is what Greece can offer, this is what Europe can offer, because it is based on this holistic approach that puts man in its in his or her very center. And this is really very important. So maybe COVID brought about some positive results. So these are just a few examples showing that tourism can indeed contribute into the sustainable development of local communities. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe is called the old continent. It is indeed the continent with the most ancient and powerful civilization in the Western world. However, our culture is timeless. It is a timeless magnet for millions of visitors, and it should remain so. How are we to talk to the millennials, to the Jet generation, with digital guided tours to applications of augmented reality? Well, digital technology multiplies and deepens and offers an interactive character to the contact of younger travelers. And it's not only a means of dissemination, it is also a means of safeguarding of our cultural heritage. We have a digital library, and this is of paramount importance to this end. Ladies and gentlemen, in the era of rapid changes, of galloping changes, we must recreate and reinvent our own cultural heritage and communicate it in the proper way in this new era of challenges. Apart from the archaeological sites, the museums, the intangible cultural heritage and the creative industry should be equally promoted and powerfully promoted. Let me stress at this point that Cultural Roots, this exceptional initiative, and congratulations to everybody for this wonderful creation. They contribute significantly to the achievement of this objective. Also thanks to the excellent guidance of Mr. Stefano Domignoni. And the historic Cafés route, which started here in Chania, creating a crossroads, and I'm sure that it will offer our travelers a delightful and exceptional journey, allowing the travelers to get to know Europe better. Then we spoke about, with Mr. Domignoni, the creation of the route of historic hotels. So before I end my speech, I'd like to share with you a proposal. And I like thinking out of the box, and I like being bold and daring. Why not talk about ideas, after all? Let us try to be innovative and creative. You know that Europe owes its name to the Greek mythology. Zeus fell in love with Europe. He transformed himself into a white bull. Europe sat on his back, and he took her to Crete and married her under a plane tree in Gortyna. And this marriage led to the birth of Minos, the king, according to the Greek mythology. Well, given that Greece also gave birth to the ancient theatre, this is where the ancient theatre was born and traveled the whole world and became an Nike of the whole world. Well, I believe that it is the duty of Greece, of the cradle of the modern civilization, to advance ideas and make proposals and strengthen further the cultural roots of the Council of Europe. Of course, our participation in 16 such cultural roots is already very important. What am I trying to say? The mapping of our ancient theatres, which also derived from colonization and the trips in general and the exchanges. How did they influence, to what extent did they influence the local communities? Why not create an institution within the framework of which, rather showing that Greece left a footprint on the rest of Europe, and with the osmosis created yet another dimension of cultural heritage, and ancient theatres can be an axis of that. But even gastronomical itineraries, how many Greek dishes are there in the world, in southern France, in Spain, and to what extent have they influenced the local communities and the local culture? Let us try to find all such exchanges and combinations and influences that have been exerted on different cultures. Well, this is an idea that I am putting forward, and let us all try to be creative and think about the things that unite us through identity, through the cultural heritage of every single country, with a common objective: the unification and the strengthening, the reinforcement rather, of the European culture, to then transmit it to the young and new generations in a human-centered way, and in dealing with the major challenges of today's world. Let us not forget the lives of the local communities. They are more important than tourism. Tourism is not just about, it is not just an industry, it is much more. It should be seen as much more. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Ms. Grecu, the President of the National Greek Tourism Organization, for a most interesting keynote speech. So many interesting and thought-provoking ideas and reflections that I think will be the perfect way to start the panel that Mr. Papas will be now moderating with this overview that Ms. Greco gave us. I think we will have a wonderful exchange of views. Mr. Papas, you have the floor. Thank you.
So, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank also Ms. Greco that gave me the chance to moderate such an interesting panel, the two panels actually. Starting from the point that we're missing 30 minutes of our time available, and of course taking out some time because Ms. Greco covered almost everything that I would like also to add, so I'm in a very good position right now. Yeah, so today we're going to discuss in this session actually about digital, about sustainability, about communities, about new technologies. I think it's going to be a great discussion that we're going to have. And let me remind you that I'm coming from Global Sustainable Tourism Council. And I remember actually that this is the first organization really back in 2007 that it was established that took culture as a specific pillar inside sustainable tourism. This is crucial because outside on this bubble, I can say, most of the people think that sustainable tourism is only about environment, which is wrong. Very disappointing. You know better than me. However, today we're going to have a great, let's say, challenge to deal and to explain to all of you that you are here, and thank you about the early morning, waking up after a magnificent night with, you remember the dancers with the sign of the horn of the bull? So there's a connection here. So thank you very much for being here, and I'm starting saying that for each panelist is, let's say, around 10 minutes time for two questions that I'm going to address. However, we lost already 2 minutes for you. But, I'm going to take, let's say, the time for each of you about the first question. So please keep the time in order to be able, everyone, to answer of what I'm asking today. And I hope that my questions are going to be enough for you to cover this very extraordinary and very interesting, actually, subject. So without any ado, I'm going to pass to the first panelist, Mrs. Marela Modeva from Bulgaria. And I would like to ask, because we're discussing about the connection between countries, we had from Ms. Greco this great proposal about connecting ancient theaters and many other things. So what about the collaboration in tourism between Bulgaria and Greece? Let's start from this one.
Kalimera. Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for this invitation to participate in this high-level forum. And for me, it's a pleasure and honor to present Bulgarian Ministry of Culture. I feel here very comfortable because I'm among friends. Our countries, Bulgaria and Greece, has long-term collaboration in the area of culture and tourism. First of all, I would like to underline this common historical and cultural heritage and very well-balanced market. Both countries meet more than 1 million visitors annually before the crisis. We have participation in different levels together. Our two cultural roads connect and make better our collaboration during the years. These two roads are European Road of Industrial Heritage and Cyril and Methodius Road. We have a significant joint action program in tourism with the Horizon 2022, and we are willing to sign this joint agreement for the next 3 years. From the other hand, we have joint committee on tourism between Bulgaria and Greece, and we hope to restart its work this or next year, because during the COVID-19 it was impossible to realize this event. And the last but not least, this is our fruitful collaboration and partnership in different international organizations like European Tourism Commission and World Tourism Organization, BSEC, and many others. And these are good examples how two neighbor countries can work together to develop cultural roads, collaboration, to promote our cultural heritage, and to be very good friends in these very difficult times. Of course, we have a lot of trans-border projects, and in the start of the next period with Horizon 2027, we hope to start the new ones. And finally, I would like to invite the representatives of different ministries from Balkans and from the Danube region to participate in our conference for digitalization in tourism, which will be held at 25th of October this year under the patronage of our president, Mr. Rumen Radev. Thank you very much to our hosts, to our colleagues, to all institutions connected with culture and tourism, to gather us together and to have personal contact after 2 difficult years of online communication. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much. Actually, European projects. So I think based on your first, let's say, answer, it seems that really works. I mean, I have so many friends from Bulgaria working together in European projects. This is a very, very actually positive part of digitalizing and trying to make this connection. So let's go to Greece from the other side of the border and ask Mrs. Dondoulaki, the Secretary General of Contemporary Culture from the Hellenic Minister of Culture and Sports. So what about the main policies of your ministry about actually contemporary culture? What's the connection with what we have just heard?
Καλημέρα και από μένα.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure to be participating in the 11th Advisory Forum of the Council of Europe. And I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for providing the opportunity to all of us to engage in a fertile dialogue and to exchange opinions on such a dynamic issue, such as tourism. Following what Mrs. Gerekou has said, allow me to stress that tourism creates added value for culture, or that culture creates added value for tourism. And in a country like Greece, with all the symbolisms Greece bears, the connection of culture with tourism is indeed a comparative edge for our country, with a very specific identity, with a very specific added value, and with a lot of dynamics. This is what we bear in mind when we shape our policies in the Ministry of Culture and Sports. Like the Minister of Culture, Mrs. Mendoni, said, over the past years, the connection of culture and tourism in Greece is something that is gradually happening. And starting from culture, we can be led to very important qualitative and quantitative results. In this effort of ours, in our effort to promote cultural tourism, which covers more than 40% of tourism, well, we walk alongside with the Ministry of Tourism, the local government, and the civil society within the framework of a plethora of actions and policies. Within the framework of the Recovery and Resilience Fund, many cultural projects aim at creating this connection between culture and tourism. Let me mention the following. We invest in the so-called silver tourism, which is on the increase worldwide. And through the fund, we have envisaged investments of 27 million euros. For people with disabilities, their access to the archaeological sites and the museums, their comfort and the specialized programs for them have been foreseen in our policies. Moreover, we valorize dynamically archaeological sites to host cultural events. This is how cultural heritage meets modern culture, and this will be of paramount importance for regional cultural development, but also for tourism, because it will attract even more tourism. Now, with reference to contemporary culture specifically, let me touch upon those the two issues. A priority for us is to connect cultural heritage with the contemporary culture. And an example for that is the whole of Greece is one single culture. This is a project that we have been implementing during the summer in archaeological sites and museums of our country. And such a program attracts travelers, both Greek and foreigners, who happen to be in the area in vacation. Let me also mention that the Ministry of Culture supports many different festivals from one side of Greece to the other, either monothematic or polythematic, because we know that such festivals, apart from being a way of artistic expression and creation, they also constitute yet another way of support for tourism, and they offer incentives to travelers to stay more and thus reinforce and strengthen the local communities. Lastly, I'd like to talk about our policies for cultural roots within the framework of the Recovery Fund. There is a whole project, the Minister spoke about that the other day. It is a project of 30 million euros having to do with cultural roots. And lastly, in our policy for the development of contemporary culture, the importance that we attach to the cultural roots of the Council of Europe is huge, and this is proven by our participation in 16 of such cultural roots. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was very inspiring, all these actions that, at least in Greece, are happening. You know, in Greece we say, don't mess with the Ministry of Culture. It's very difficult to find a way. But however, you see how many things that are offering to the people, to the citizens, but also to the visitors. And because in the assessments that we're running around the globe, most of the times the critical point are the local communities. I'm going to pass the floor to Mr. Lohan in order to tell us something about the sustainable communities concept and how this can change and empowering, let's say, be empowered actually by this culture, activities, and everything is around. Please give us your view.
Thank you, and thank you for the invite to join you this morning and be part of this panel. I'm from the European Economic and Social Committee, which is the home of civil society within the EU institution. So just to put that context on my comments, and my area of specialisation, if you like, or the area I work in Ireland and have done for 15 years, is on sustainable development and is on climate and on sustainable communities. And so I think this is a very interesting angle to connect tourism, innovation, communities, and see how they all link together. And as the previous speaker said, you know, you mentioned about Greece being one culture, and I think in a way we can look at human beings as being one culture all over the world, but made up of so many different little pockets and nuances and differences. And Ireland is a small country, but yet there we're made up of hundreds or thousands of individual little communities that can be united in a single culture, but also can be fiercely competitive when they look at their own nuances or their own identities within that overall culture. So in that sense, sustainable communities, I think, are very much agents of change and agents of behavioural change. And I think one of the huge challenges is reaching into those communities with the structures that we have. It's very difficult at a broad European level to reach down to either individuals or to small communities. And I think culture is a huge tool that can achieve that. And I'd like to also say that I think digitalization, which we discuss a little bit here, is a tool for achieving that rather than an objective. And I think it's important to distinguish between the two of those. That rather than trying to digitalize everything, which can actually alienate some of the most isolated and rural communities, that actually using digitalization as a tool to reach everybody can be something that then becomes empowering. And I think there's a subtle but very important difference between those two approaches. And also then sustainable communities is about those individual communities being able to be vibrant up on their own, but understand that they exist as part of a bigger network. So that creating of a network is important, and I think that's very relevant when we look at cultural roots or the idea of making these connections between different units. All of this starts to come together. And very finally, I would just make the point that you mentioned, Yanis, that in this room we probably understand it, that culture goes beyond, you know, a narrow-minded view, or sustainability goes beyond a narrow-minded view of just being about environment. And that's an essential point when we think of sustainable communities. It is about energy production, it is about access to resources, it is about well-being. It's not just about one narrow aspect of it. And so that broadest interpretation of sustainability, the sustainable development principles, are key to being able to make those connections and make them effectively, so that we can use all of these initiatives as a tool to combat many of the threats that we're facing within our communities and within our society also. So there suddenly all of this becomes very powerful in empowering people for being agents of change.
You know, you give me a great chance to say that in Greece right now, one of the most important model about sustainable development, especially in tourism, comes from the development of small communities in small islands. We have so many initiatives like, I don't know if you know about Astypalea project, or let's say Halki project, or many other projects. However, it is very interesting to think about that if this kind of projects is taking especially this part inside their core of their, let's say, strategy. So that's why I'm going now to Mrs. Dionysiopoulou, that's coming from the Ministry of Tourism. And I'm going to ask you, tell us more, please, about the strategy, the action plans about sustainability in tourism, especially balanced, related with culture.
Thank you. Καλημέρα σας. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank the organizers of the forum for the excellent organization, the Council of Europe, Mr. Stefano Dominioni, for the opportunity to participate in such an important organization touching on issues that are part of the strategies of our ministry. It is clear that one of the most important issues of the pandemic made us all seek a different model of tourism development and laid emphasis on the special categories of tourism, aiming at creating a sustainable tourism. Sustainability is an important word for tourism, and we need to re-examine our priorities and our actions in the Ministry of Tourism, but also in all other involved bodies and policymakers. Taking into account the current trends at a global level, the strategy of the Ministry of Tourism is based on three main pillars: the extension of the tourist season, this has been said by Mrs. Gerekou, the improvement of competitiveness, the strengthening of businesses, and the enrichment and the upgrading of our tourist product. Now, to achieve all such objectives, we need to create new alternative products respecting the principles of sustainability and contributing to a sustainable tourism growth. Cultural tourism and cultural roots and the cooperation with the Council of Europe, the creation of cultural goods and their connection to tourism constitutes a top priority of our ministry. The rich cultural heritage of our country, as it has been included in the UNESCO list, constitutes a pole of attraction of thousands of millions of visitors. However, the contribution of tourism needs to be assessed in a documented way in financial, social and environmental terms. The Ministry of Tourism lays emphasis on specific issues, undertakes specific initiatives for the sustainability of tourism, for the assessment of its contribution, taking into account certain variants at national and regional level. We're going to operate the National Observatory of Tourism Development, registering all necessary data about tourism, following the international standards, utilizing collaboration networks and means such as digital platforms and so on and so forth. In this way, we're going to be able to assess the contribution of tourism in the application of a more sustainable tourism policy. Within the framework of the Memorandum of Cooperation with the International Tourism Organization for the creation of a research center for the monitoring of the coastline and sea tourism, maritime tourism in the Mediterranean, aiming at the assessment of sustainable tourism development with the creation of a research framework that will shape and guide the policies about this specific thematic having to do with the sea and coastline areas of our country and the Mediterranean in general. I'd like to point out the excellent cooperation of our ministry with the Ministry of Culture and Sports. We are engaged in common actions within the framework of the Council of Europe We believe that the results will be wonderful because tourism needs to pursue the objective of sustainable development as they are defined, as this is defined in Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Turkey. I think we all agree that it's very interesting always to have this connection only with people, culture, and many other positive things than negative. So we know that we're working very close, GSTC, with Turkey's Ministry of Tourism and Culture. And by this starting point, let me ask you, Mr. Gözet from the ministry, about the innovation that you are introducing in your product and how actually you are developing design the product related with culture in your country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and I would like to thank the Council of Europe and IPA Secretariat and our hosts, the Greek authorities and the Hania authorities. Thank you very much. First of all, as you know, the Cultural Roots program, Turkey has 9 routes crossing from Turkey as a part of the European Council Cultural Roots program. European Roots of Jewish Heritage, Roots of the Olive Tree, European Route of Ceramics, European Route of Historic Thermal Towns, European Route of Industrial Heritage, Iron Curtain Trade, European Route of Megalithic Culture, Aeneas Route, and Historic Cafes Route. The aim of Turkey is to increase the presence within European Council cultural routes in order to realize the quality of tourist flow, to increase the sustainable economic development, and to develop and promote lesser known small destinations. By 2020, in Turkey, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism established the Tourism Development and Promotion Agency as a part of the ministry for the operation of the strategy of the practical operations. And the Turkey's promotional main portal, Go Turkey, we totally revised the portal for the information and the promotion of the cultural and touristic heritage of Turkey. The website, the portal, and the related social media accounts to promote Turkey as a global tourism brand with personalized content on a digital platform. The portal consists of, give information and, the portal mainly please excuse me. Yes, especially this platform giving information about 81 cities and 7 regions of Turkey and brand destinations such as Istanbul, Antalya, Izmir, Bodrum, Ankara, and so on. And especially giving information based on the information on experiences and destinations. And the platform consists of 10 languages and some more will be in program. We have organized and promote Yeah. As I said, the Go Turkey portal's formation consists of mainly, the strategy consists of mainly destinations, experiences, and routes. We also plan to organize and promote the route types in the Go Turkey platform, such as European cultural routes, UNESCO heritage routes, cycling routes, ancient and thematic walking routes, faith routes, local and artisanal gastronomy routes, adventure routes, trekking and hiking, camping, canyoning, health and wellness routes, thematic culture routes, and the Blue Cruise routes as well. Mr. Papas, you asked about sustainability. The cultural routes and also these routes also contribute to sustainable tourism development, definitely. The outcome of our sustainability tourism approach brings such as 19 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, 84 cultural and natural heritage values in the tentative list, 22 towns in the Citaslow network, 9 certified cultural routes, as I explained, and 2 villages, tourism villages, listed in the UNWTO's Best Tourism Villages network. The first one was last year. And we have 56 road bike and 2 mountain bike routes, 19 bicycle-friendly licensed hotels, and as you very well know, we have a good cooperation with you on the subject with the GSTC. We are implementing Turkey Green Tourism Program, which during the pandemic period, as one of the first in the world, Turkey has started to implement safe tourism certification program for the pandemic period, and hopefully over the pandemic period we transferred the program into a green and safe sustainable tourism program. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε και εμείς πολύ.
Experience that we have together on developing this green program is going to be released in the next weeks or something. So let's move from Mediterranean area. Thank you very much for that. Let's move from the Mediterranean area, let's say, to more North European. So let's see what Finland is doing about all these things, about the programs, the national program about cultural tourism.
Thank you. I think one of the most important steps taken in the development of cultural tourism nationally in Finland is the recently completed cultural tourism roadmap. The roadmap defines measures for the development of cultural tourism in Finland until 2030. The background of this paper is in the government program of Prime Minister Sanna Marin and also in Finland's tourism strategy. These both papers underline the meaning of development of cultural tourism in Finland. A working group set by Ministry of Culture and Education completed proposal in May this year. The proposal was open for comments for 3 months, and the roadmap will be finalized based on these comments. Stakeholders from tourism and culture sectors were involved throughout the process. And one important thing in the roadmap is that sustainable development is a cross-cutting principle in the roadmap. Here you can see the target themes of the roadmap, and I'll give you some examples of measures as well. The first target team is the development of cooperation. And here we want, for example, support a regional cooperation between tourism and culture sectors. The second target team is sustainability. And here we want, for example, promote Sustainable Travel Finland certification, especially among culture sector. This certification is created by Visit Finland. The third target team is the range of cultural tourism products. And here we want, for example, to provide opportunities for the culture sector to develop skills in service design, product development, and marketing and sales. The fourth target team is digitalization and knowledge-based management. And here we want, for example, increased knowledge of economic impact of cultural tourism in different regions in Finland. Here we can use, for example, data collected from World Heritage Sites. And the fifth target team is international activities. And here we want, of course, strengthen the actions related to Cultural Roots program in Finland. And here the responsible organizations are Ministry of Culture and Education and Finnish Heritage Agency, where I work. And we have also defined all the responsible organization for each measure. This was the roadmap very briefly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting what you are doing and actually connecting all these digital things with what you are offering also as an agency to the real world, because we have to connect digital world with real world, all right? And let's move to more, let's say, I call it tangible examples in this panel. So let's start discussing about actually this Alvar Aalto route. And Mrs. Ionen is going to present us what's about it.
Thank you and good morning. Our project is called Alvar Aalto Cultural Travel Ecosystem Project, which I will now present to you.
You can also ask for next slide. It's more convenient, I think.
Okay, thank you. So the project is funded by the European Union, 90%, and the funding was distributed by the Ministry of Culture and Education of Finland. And it's a 2-year project that we have started this year, so we are still in the beginning. We have a project organization, we have a project group which consists of members of our route association, and as a steering group we have the board of the association and the project manager. And we get consulting services from experts of cultural travel, for example, Visit Finland. And we cooperate closely with Alvar Aalto Foundation. Next one, please. So, an ecosystem is an interaction-based network, and what we want to do is Alvar Aalto Cultural Travel Ecosystem, which is a functional international ecosystem powered by Alvar Aalto's architecture and design. And it connects the Alvar Aalto route with different stakeholders, and they can be, for example, tour operators, different companies, educational and research organizations, cultural actors, service industry, nature, tourism, and many different organizations. But what's common with all of them is that as goals, they have the promotion of cultural tourism and cherishing the heritage of Alvar Aalto. Next, please. And here on the map you can see the dots are the Alvar Aalto sites in Europe, which we hope to include in the ecosystem. And around these sites we want to find other stakeholders and create connections between and around locations. Next one, please. And I would like to conclude with the main goals of the project. Well, as I mentioned, we want to engage all the Alvar Aalto destinations, the sites that are open to public, and to find the stakeholders around them. And we want to involve the local actors and communities to that. And then we want to promote cooperation between all these stakeholders and to combine expertise and resources to create a new platform for experimentation, and that would lead to new tourism business and new travel products when all these stakeholders make new kinds of combinations. And we want to foster sustainable travel by sharing good practices between all the stakeholders, and cherish cultural heritage as part of sustainable development of territories. And an important goal is to facilitate the recovery of cultural tourism after the pandemic with this ecosystem. And an interesting part of the project is using augmented reality technology to create a virtual cultural route. And last but not least, we wish to find new financing opportunities for all stakeholders. Next, please. Thank you.
That's a great example, connecting architecture and roots, cultural heritage, and also recovery. This is very important, recovery after COVID and all, let's say, the connection between. So I'm going to the last person of the panel for the first question. So from our, let's say, childhood, we remember about the Three Musketeers and everything about D'Artagnan. So it would be great to have this introduction by Mrs. Battisting. All right, so tell us about the story. Tell us what we are doing, because now we're talking about even regeneration of tourism via, let's say, D'Artagnan story. So tell us about it.
Kalimera. Good morning. Bonjour à tous. Merci de votre accueil. Alors, la route européenne d'Artagnan.
The cultural route d'Artagnan is very important, and it crosses the countryside that may be visited by horse riders or by bikers. It is about cities and metropolis that we have witnessing about the presence of D'Artagnan and the Three Musketeers. The historic and literary union of this route plays a significant role. The relevant committee wants to suggest places, events, cultural events that are related to this history, to this fantastic history, because it is a part of our imaginary, the Three Musketeers and D'Artagnan, of course. We have friendship, solidarity amongst them, and we do know their victories. This is also our objective. This year, we created the first European meetings in Lille, in France, in northern France, to celebrate the anniversary of 350th anniversary of D'Artagnan, governor of Lille in 1672. We had three different periods, one in a conference of French and Belgian historians on D'Artagnan, the historic D'Artagnan figure, and the relation that he had with the area. In another stage, we were able to present the route, the cultural route, at the level of territories, at the level of regions, with this plan that is a very important tool to see all the different measures suggested by the cultural route for all stakeholders, for all interested parties belonging either in the public or in the private sector, different associations, bodies, and of course it's important for the MPs. Last but not least, we had some different tools for many other cultural programs. This route, the route stresses the educational program is very important. That is the school of the young musketeers. We are trying to have different stakeholders, and we are trying to have some common actions with our partners in Lille, for instance, which is the capital of Flandre, that has been suggested to the Museum of Beaux-Arts and to the Ministry, to the Office rather of Tourism. This school of round table for youth was very important. This has been discussed with the Service of National Education. In France, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism do support fully, I would say, support these cultural roots of the Council of Europe, and they have enlisted them into the tourist program and into European celebrations. Next meetings are programmed for 2023. There will be in the Netherlands celebration to commemorate the death of D'Artagnan in Montreuil in Belgium, for the 180 years from the publication of the first novel. And then in 2023, within the year, we have submitted our candidature. And I'm talking about the countries of the Enlarged Partial Agreement. And of course, we know that Athos, one of the musketeers, has a Greek name. And since Greece is an interested party, we would welcome Greece in this endeavor. We do have the musketeers of Louis XIV, and Chania could truly be equally one of the places of interest for these different meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I don't know if it's the only one name that is Greek, but we can discuss that later in the coffee. But also it was great to see how an old story can contribute also in real life. I mean, connecting people that are inside, let's say, in services related with this story for today and tomorrow. That's great. Thank you very much. So I hope that you have enjoyed the first round. So let's go to the next round, the second round, and going again to Bulgaria. So tell us about what you are doing really, the measures that you are taking about to develop cultural tourism. It was a great example. I don't know if you have similar examples also, but give us your perspective on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to present short presentation to illustrate my words. Of course, I would like to continue with the main goal of our ministry, to make Bulgaria more recognizable destination of cultural tourism for the whole year. Of course, just how to manage. Next slide, please. Yes. I already mentioned these common projects with Greece, or the next one, please. Yes. Ministry of Tourism of Bulgaria is young institution, comparatively young institution, but we already have basic documents to develop cultural tourism as a very important specialized tourism together with traditional tourism for Black Sea region and for Bulgarian mountains. We create 7 spa destinations, 12 wine and gourmet routes, and 8 cultural and historical routes. Of course, we have national strategy with the Horizon 2027 and national plan for cultural tourism. On the picture you can see these 7 civilizations and many historical sites which Bulgaria has a resource of cultural tourism. The next slide, please. Thank you very much. As well, we developed 10 touristic regions for creation of regional products and for promotion of regional sites where you see are very well distributed all over the country. Basically, Bulgaria is on the 3rd rank behind Italy and Greece on the point of view of archaeological sites. We have more than 40,000 unmovable archaeological reserves and more than 7 million values in the museums, galleries, libraries. The next one, please. But very important is to associate Bulgaria and to recognize Bulgaria as a destination of cultural tourism, not only as a brand Bulgaria in general, but recognize different regions. We have unique combination of many different types of tourism. At the same time, tourists from inbound tourism in Bulgaria can visit not only the Black Sea region and the mountains, but many cultural sites. As I already mentioned, there are more than 40,000, but we have 20 monuments of UNESCO, 7 unmovable, 4 of intangible heritage, and as well of natural heritage. So this unique combination can attract many tourists because Bulgaria, unfortunately, is not very well known and recognizable. So it will be a new emotions for the tourists. And it's very good to visit Greece, Turkey, and Bulgaria together as a road to found our common cultural heritage, our very good neighborhood, and very interesting stories, because the story is the most attractive thing for the tourists. And the next one, please. So this is the UNESCO monuments. Most of them are connected with Thracian period, with Thracian tribes, and many interesting gold treasures. But we have as well very interesting sites for religious tourism, for pilgrims, as Rila Monastery, as many churches. And of course, these interesting paintings from the Thracian tribes. We have a lot of fortress. So for many tourists all over the world, Bulgaria is an interesting new place. Please, the next one. And I spoke about the regional products. Every of these cities and towns are attractive and unique. Sofia, we can say it's a cradle of Christianity. One of the figures of Sofia is like that, but we have mineral springs. We are on the 2nd place after Iceland, and of course this good combination of different civilizations you can find in Nesebur, which is the old town of Nesebur. It's UNESCO monument. In Plovdiv you have very interesting signs from Roma and Byzantine times. Koprivshtitsa is one of the best travel destinations recognized by the World Tourism Organizations. And you can see in Varna the oldest gold in Europe, it's from 4,000 years before Christ. And the last one, maybe. Yes, this is very good picture from the very center, from the downtown of Sofia, where we can recognize archaeology close to the metro station Serdica and the three main buildings of the power, the presidency, the national parliament, and the council of ministers. In this area, we have so-called the quarter of tolerance with mosque, synagogue, Catholic cathedral, and Orthodox church. So I would like to welcome all of you in Sofia and of course to wish very fruitful event today. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much also to be here and present all the actions and the project that you are running right now in Bulgaria. And moving to Mrs. Androulaki, in order to hear some details about all these interesting actions that you are taking about cultural tourism. So tell us about more related with digitalization and all the tools that you are running right now. Thank you.
Well, during the last decades, it goes without saying that different developments in the fields of technology, IT and communication offer the possibility for an easier access to the cultural stock. At the same time, I would say that this forges a new landscape when it comes to the preference of modern travelers, and they do shape demand for new innovative cultural goods. And as well, I would say, new training forms of leisure. I would say that the tourist model CSUN has already become obsolete, and gradually it is being replaced by a new paradigm based on knowledge, information, and of course based on experience. Moreover, I could argue that this is related to empathy, the empathy of cultural values, the way of living in a territory and common experiences. In such a framework, digital technology renders visitor an active player, an interactive player, but also a key player in an informal procedure to produce new knowledge and promotion of critical thinking, but also in the quest of new experiences and new endeavors. New practices, for sure, change the way of organizing, promoting the tourist stock of a place. And at the same time, they do change the identity of a cultural experience. What do we mean by that? To put it simply, the tourist becomes the visitor of a digital world, and at the end, the user of tech products. This may pave many different ways ahead when it comes to cultural experience. Towards this direction, characteristic is the contribution of augmented reality, or AR, as you know it. In many different programs of the ministry, we do use that with quite interesting and fruitful results. The prerequisite for that for us to move on in such a way is the digitization of as many as possible data. Let me here argue that digitization and the promotion of this kind of info is a challenge for us, and that is why there is a big perspective to invest towards this direction in the years to come. Overall, I would like to say that digital technology, and especially talking about their implementation even through programs like Cultural Roots, they do shape a new framework of action in the fields of culture, but also when it comes to cultural tourism. As I said before, they deepen accessibility to the cultural stock, they promote its growth, they increase the possibilities of development. To put it simply, they give information in a direct, more complete way, and for sure in a more attractive way, and they do enrich the overall experience for the visitor. I would like, in a nutshell, to argue that this is a route that undoubtedly we must move on. As I said before during my first speech, culture combined with tourism, they truly are a very big comparative advantage. It's up to us to maximize its benefits with every possible way, including new tech. I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and we do hope to see an enhancement of this institution of cultural roots and their promotion. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts and very interesting activities that your ministry is taking. So if we would like to upscale all these things, because I would like to have your view about what's really the distribution of this discussion of cultural roots. What do you think? I mean, digitalization, sustainability, sustainable communities in a more, a global level, because we're talking about European, but also it is, let's say, something because of the visitors in our area of the world. So what do you think really is the significant, let's say, impact of cultural roots?
Yeah, I think it's very measurable, actually, and it's interesting, this conversation. You know, sometimes a panel with this many speakers can be really boring and everybody talks very separately and it's not connected. So it's been very interesting, actually, to be part of a panel like this where it feels more like a connected conversation, and thank you for having me as part of it. And I think that shows why there's a measurable impact from cultural roots. And the reality is that culture and tourism can often be something for the privileged, you know. It can be something that if you can afford to travel and have touristic experiences, you're doing quite well in life and you have a certain level of privilege and of comfort. And the same can be said about sustainability, that often the sustainable choices that we can make in life, whether we want to buy organic food or whether we want to make ethical purchases for clothing or anything, it can often be the more expensive option. And so it can exclude a whole huge section of society. And I think culture links all of that together, and the roots link that together, because when you have a cultural experience, very often we know that within culture and within the tourist industry, we have so many SMEs, we have so many small family businesses, we have so many unique enterprises in rural areas or remote areas or in island areas. And there you're putting together the tourist with the money and the resources with maybe the small business that is reliant upon that. And you have an interaction between the two that's actually a very favorable, enjoyable interaction for both of them. Whereas usually when you put those two elements of society together, it can be a contentious interaction, or it can be one where there's some tension between the two. And then if we amplify those opportunities for those enhanced interactions to be valuable and to create connections, as culture does and as the cultural roots do, if we amplify it out and we look at the reality of the huge challenges we face globally, but focused within Europe also on climate, on radicalization, on extremism, on war and on migration issues, there we can see that those things can be challenged and the impact can be softened by the use of these kind of tools, and ensuring we find ways to encourage and connect these different actors in society and show where we're unified and where we're together. And that for me is the huge value of both, not only this conference and the cultural roots and the session today, but the very principle of tourism and culture and linking those together, using those principles of sustainability and equality. And then rather than this just being us having a nice chat about these concepts, it becomes, I think, and we see that from the other speakers, very tangible and very real and very connected to people, and putting people back at the center of culture.
I think that was a great analysis. Thank you very much. And you give me the lead to go to Mrs. Dionysionopoulou in order to explain to us these tangible cases of, examples of realization of this strategy and actions that you have described to us in Greece.
Thank you.
The ecumenic character of the Greek culture, it is the bonding tissue when it comes to our common origins and historic bonds with other countries. Protection, promotion and upgrade of cultural heritage, including to that the intangible version, is of paramount importance for the Ministry of Tourism. cultural tourism creates channels of communication and of cultural exchange between dwellers of different countries. It promotes partnerships, and of course it is a substantial element of the financial and social development. I believe that among us we mentioned different examples in the framework of partnerships and in the framework of the promotion of cultural tourism. According to the legal framework of the Ministry of Tourism, as we define the cultural one, visitors are invited to explore, to get to know, to experience the story, the tradition, the cultural heritage, the modern culture, the history, as well as the culture and the identity of the country and its people through cultural actions of creation. This range of activities matches the brand of Greece, and it is quite wide because it includes, apart from cultural visits and wanderings in museums or archaeological sites, some other dimensions such as cultural tourism, gastronomic tourism, religious tourism. And here I should say the Ministry has one priority: to develop more forms of cultural heritage that are different from one place to another, according to the specific traits of each territory. Here I might seize this opportunity to talk about gastronomy. Lately, this has played a critical role in shaping cultural identity in our country, and of course, when it comes to our tourist product. Among the initiatives that have been undertaken during the last period, I could mention the prioritization of the thematic food and wine on the initial page of the official website of the NTO, National Tourist Organization, www.visitgreece.gr, which is linked to different thematic pages, portals linked to wine tourism, the wineries to be visited, and Greek cuisine. We also launched the Ambassador of Greek Gastronomy, the promotion of a body that would highlight and promote Greek gastronomy, the creation of a digital gastronomic map, one of the actions in the framework of the implementation of the ALBA-REF projects, the inclusion of Thessaloniki into the network of creative cities of gastronomy of UNESCO. In November 2021, the documentary of the ministry based on wine tourism cooperation with NTO and the different regions, having invited people from opinion leaders, journalists, and different stakeholders at the level of both the local administration and entrepreneurial world. The documentary started in July 2021 from Santorini Island, then it continued in November in Macedonia, then in the Peloponnese, and of course other destinations are yet to follow. There were different thematics in each conference, thematics that adapt to the special elements of each region and the dynamic of experiences that might be offered for the visitor. The aspiration of the ministry is to see an active participation of local administration aiming to promote local production, enhance local economy, but also manage tourist flows in over touristic destinations in order to highlight the less known, the less popular destinations of our country through prolonging the tourist period. So I would say that at the regional scale, we need to interlink rural units to tourist businesses for small destinations in the rural areas. At the national scale, the coordination of different activities aiming to promote and develop the agri-food destinations, and at an international scale we need to enhance synergies with institutions like the one of the Intervitis route, cultural routes of the COE, olive tree route, so that the activities of our ministry can be promoted into the member states of the network and enrich it. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Before go to Turkey, as you can imagine, between Turkey and Greece, gastronomy is a very big issue. So, however, I'm not going to discuss about that. I would like you, Mr. Gozet, to tell us what is really the impact of European, actually, of the roots, of the cultural roots, from the Council of Europe in your country, the real impact we would like to see? Because we're talking about European countries in European Union. However, what about your country?
Thank you very much. First of all, the Cultural Roots program especially stimulates the social awareness and the participation of the cultural roots and also the cultural heritage of the country, of the region, of the city, of the town, etc. After Turkey's membership to European Council Cultural Roots program in 2018, the ministry, as the ministry, we try to inform the local governments, municipalities, NGOs, foundations and associations on the cultural sector, which could be interested to be an extension of the existing routes. And also the ministry organized some meetings to support the activities of tourism sector institutions on cultural roots and cultural activities. As a later development, as an actual development, starting from last year, 2021, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism has developed Cultural Roots Festival. The name is exactly like this, Cultural Roots Festival, starting in Istanbul. The name was Beyoğlu Cultural Roots Festival. Then in 2022, addition to Istanbul, Ankara, the capital Cultural Roots Festival, and also Çanakkale, Dardanelles, Troy Cultural Roots Festival, and also at southeastern part of Turkey, Diyarbakır Sur Castle Cultural Roots Festival has started this year, and also Konya Mystical Music Festival have been added in 2020. For next year, İzmir Ephesus and Adana Culinary Festivals will be added. We are waiting for our Minister, His Excellency, Mr. Ersoy, to add some more cities for the festivals. It's really important, and we got really good results in the involvement and participation of the citizens in these cities as well. Traditional and contemporary arts and creative industries such as arts and crafts, exhibitions, design, fashion, performing arts, concerts, operas, theaters, and also gastronomy are presented in these festivals. On the other hand, the promotional practice of Turkey, as I mentioned, is based on destinations, experiences, and routes. As the fourth most visited country in 2021, according to the figures of UNWTO, I think it's ready. A 30 seconds video of Go Turkey will be presented, if you may allow me, and I would like to thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Real digital, eh? So thank you very much. So let's move on to Finland. So the same question like before. I mean, how the the cultural roots really supporting, let's say, the national strategy, and also how this is a reality in your country?
Thank you. I'll give you some examples of concrete actions we've been planning related to Cultural Roots program. We want to organize regular Cultural Roots forum for Finnish Cultural Roots operators and stakeholders. And besides this, we also want to activate Finnish Cultural Roots for networking and also maintain the cooperation self-sustainably. Another really concrete action we've been planning is the communication campaign to increase the visibility of Cultural Roots in Finland. We want to do this among potential Cultural Roots operators as well as visitors and tourists. In the roadmap, we have also defined national coordination responsibilities between Ministry of Education and Culture and the Finnish Heritage Agency where I work. Finnish Heritage Agency is a national contact point for Cultural Roots program in Finland, and we also want to actively provide expert advice. To sum up, in the roadmap, Cultural Roots are seen as an effective tool for the development of sustainable cultural tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I move forward and I'm asking, I mean, I really admire what you have done with Roots about architects in your program. However, tell us something more about the technology, because I think also technology is very important in this stage. So how you integrate technological tools?
Thank you. As I already mentioned, as part of our Alvar Aalto Cultural Travel Ecosystem project, we aim at starting to create a virtual cultural route. And this means that with a partner company or other organization, we are going to develop a mobile application and to use AR technology, augmented reality. And with the application, the traveler will be able to see those Alvar Aalto buildings that were not realized for some reason. Alvar Aalto had many plans, many of them realized, but some of them not. And or some buildings may have been destroyed already for some reason, or they don't exist anymore. So with this application, the traveler can see them. And even though it's a virtual application, we want to bring the traveler to the site, to the actual location. So the idea is that the traveler can only use this on site. So we feel that this brings added value to the traveler and also makes the sites more attractive. So thank you very much.
So thank you. So I still remember the movies, okay, again from my childhood, riding the horses and going around. So tell us the story of the Three Musketeers, how it connects and creates really sustainable actually communities. I mean, activities around and connecting areas. We have seen a lot of cities already, but tell me something more about that.
C'est une particularité de la route, son identité équestre. La route européenne d'Artagnan a une approche.
So the European cultural D'Artagnan route has to do with horses. And we actually invite people to embark upon a journey of horse riding, promoting the activity of horse riding, contact with horses. And there are several schools of horse riding in many different countries with which we cooperate, Spain, Italy. And so we promote this type of sports activity to everybody. And there is a school that has developed a lot, that has grown a lot. And currently, there is a project called, rather within the framework of the Olympic Games that will be held in Athens in 2024. The D'Artagnan route has created many different activities for the cultural heritage and the horse riding tourism within the framework of the Horizon program, aiming at reinforcing, strengthening rather, the role and the position of the horse in the current society, in our modern times, and its role in the past as well, when it was used to transfer people, and this whole idea for it to contribute to the sustainable development of all the localities, communities rather, involved with the D'Artagnan route. All participating countries such as Portugal, Iceland, Australia, and other countries, Brazil, well, they all participate in this program. Then there is an emblematic idea of the creation of a European D'Artagnan Academy to valorize this heritage in the field of horse riding in order to give added value to this heritage, in order to also raise the awareness about the needed care for animals, and also touch upon the environmental dimension, if I may say so. Moreover, the D'Artagnan route is a member of the International Tourism Organization, so all three united for one, and one unite and one for all the three.
Already told us the
All for one and one for all. Ναι, μας είπατε.
So thank you very much all. It was great. For me, it was a really nice experience. And I really want to thank you again for being here and sharing your vision and your country goals and the overall, I'd say, view about what really is a contribution of cultural roots. And by that, I give you the floor. Thank you very much.
A warm tour of applause for our speakers, because this was a most interesting session. Thank you very much to all the speakers. We really very much appreciated the talks. Dr. Papas, for your moderation. We had great moderation and great keynote speaker, Madam Greco. Thank you very much. We will meet again in, I suggest, 15 minutes in order to allow appropriate time for the next session and the following one. So we have still a dense program, so the coffee break will be shortened to 11:15. We will start for the second session. So a brief break. Thank you.
Please come inside to start the session, please. The second panel. Hello. This way. Yes. Okay, so you need another chair? No. Oh, it's enough. I think it's enough. All right. So you are going to be the first person, and you will be the second one? Okay. Yeah. I mean, you can choose. All right. So I have the names in my notes. So we're going to split those for the time. Yeah. I mean, we have to be fair. So let's.
Dear participants, welcome back. This is a most interesting morning for all of us. We started out with a very interesting first panel. Now we are going to continue with a second panel after the coffee break. And our distinguished speakers have already taken their seats on stage. I'm very pleased to welcome the speakers, Mr. Stavros Kaloniomos, the Executive Secretary of the Balkan and Black Sea Commission, Mrs. Marina Geronti, the Cultural and Communication Manager of the Androios and Argasti Cultural Network, Mrs. Georgia Zuni, representative of the University of Piraeus, Mrs. Olga Wisniewska, Senior Advisor with the Arts Council of Norway, Mr. Ramon Montes, Technical Coordinator of the Prehistoric Rock Art Trail, Cultural Route of the Council of Europe, Mr. Pierre Beduel, the President of the Impressionism Roots, and Mrs. Inger R. Levy, the Vice President of the Hansa. Both are Cultural Roots of the Council of Europe, and also they will be speaking about the Training Academy. We may now proceed with the second keynote speaker of the day. We are delighted to welcome on stage Professor Christolos Gringas, Head of the Research and Educational Programs Department of the Piraeus Bank Group Cultural Foundation. Mr. Gringas, it's a pleasure to have you with us. I will give you the floor for your keynote address. Thank you.
Perfect. So, officials of the Greek and foreign ministries, officials of the EPA and the Council of Europe, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank our hosts for this wonderful opportunity, and let me jump right into it so that we don't waste any time. I see the clock staring at me right there. So, we all know what sustainability is. It's a constant and ever-changing relationship and a struggle to find a balance between society, environment, and the economy. But what does sustainability mean for local communities, and how can we implement measures to promote it and sometimes safeguard it against threats? Now, let's examine what is or what should be a sustainable community, a community that is. First. It's environmentally sustainable, it's resilient to social, economic, and natural disasters, which are increasing in intensity now due to climate change, and it is inclusive, bringing all dimensions of society and all groups of people, including the marginalized and the vulnerable, into their development. And last but not least, it is competitive, meaning that it can stay productive and generate jobs for members of the community. A sustainable community manages its human, natural, and financial capital to meet current needs while ensuring that adequate resources are available for future generations. And one can say, what are those existential threats that we are talking, we keep hearing about for sustainable communities? First of all, it's climate change. Secondly, income inequality. And third but not least, social injustice. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by the UN member states in 2015 and adopted by the Council of Europe, provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for the people and the planet, now and into the future. And one of those 17 goals is dedicated to sustainable cities and communities. But how can we lift the pressures to these communities and build a better future? Already, the theme of our general session suggests three solutions, three paths to sustainability, all of which are related to the economy but influence many more aspects of everyday life. Creative industries, the creative economy or the creative culture industries, as we call them, culture, tourism, and innovative technologies. The creative economy is not only one of the most rapidly growing sectors of the world economy, but also a highly transformative one in terms of income generation, job creation, and export earnings. At the same time, the creative and cultural industries have a significant non-monetary value that contributes to inclusive social development, to dialogue, and to understanding between peoples. The CCIs are both a driver and an enabler of human and sustainable development. They empower people to take ownership of their own development and stimulate the innovation and creativity which can drive inclusive and sustainable growth. Culture and creative industries are major drivers of economy. In addition to the economic benefits, they also generate merit to people-centered value, sustainable urban development, development of creativity and culture, and contribute to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. Culture tourism. We have talked about it a lot in this forum. One of the main drivers of sustainability at the local and national level, offers a new perspective as it places cultural heritage and local communities at the center of decision-making processes. But achieving this demands a clear starting point to establish, first, the key cultural assets of the place, second, the current profile of tourism to the place, third, the social, economic, and political factors that are shaping attitudes towards tourism, and fourth, the regional, national, and international tourism trends. But furthermore, it is essential to establish that all stakeholders, including residents, businesses, politicians, and heritage and interest groups, are responsible for the stewardship of the place, engaged in the development of the objectives and policies, and the subsequent delivery of more sustainable tourism. We have heard the president of the Greek National Tourism Organization, Ms. Gerekou. She shared with us some example of best practices from our country, Greece. Now, into technological innovation and the sustainability that nowadays are becoming more and more intertwined. Indeed, new technologies and innovative technologies can provide a relevant contribution to the reduction of the environmental burden and the improvement of social conditions, while fostering economic growth and people-driven solutions. New governance mechanisms and trying to balance experimentation on the one hand and precaution on the other can challenge can channel the potential of different types of innovation towards sustainability. From our standpoint, as museum professionals, and by working side by side with local communities, we can evaluate the importance of these three driving agents. Last August, the 26th ICOM General Conference held in Prague approved a new museum definition. Among others, it reads that the museums are open to public, accessible, and inclusive, and they should be agents of diversity and sustainability. This new definition is aligned with some of the major changes in the role of museums, recognizing that the importance of inclusivity, community participation, and sustainability. Indeed, this is our main agenda in the Piraeus Bank Group Culture Foundation. By creating and operating a network of 9 thematic technological museums in the regions of Greece, we aim to support local communities in their efforts towards sustainability. The operation of our museum network and our coordinated actions contribute significantly, we hope, to the promotion of the Greek cultural heritage and the connection of culture with the environment and sustainable development. They highlight the traditional techniques and the intangible cultural heritage of each place, thus supporting employment, economic and tourist activity, the creative industries, and the general development of local communities. And last but not least, we support the creation of live cells of culture and lifelong learning with the organization of cultural, scientific, and educational activities in our museums. In 2021, a year that was heavily plagued by the pandemic, 124,000 people visited our museum. We organized 115 cultural activities, 14 exhibitions, 71 educational and entertainment activities, 50 regular educational programs for children, as well as 21 collaborations with third parties. In 2019, the last normal year before the pandemic, these numbers were 3 times higher. And we expect to surpass them in the following years, given that the bounce back, the recovery of museums worldwide is slower than expected, given to the change that has happened to people's behaviors and mindsets. All the above are evidence that museums can and do function as focal points for sustainable development in local communities, combining creativity and innovation in the service of culture and tourism. I will end here, trying to keep it brief, and I will give the floor to Mr. Papas and my co-speakers so that we can have a fruitful session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ringas. It was really a very interesting presentation for the work that have been done by Piraeus Group. It is really a magnificent, actually, initiative for the last years. And I think it's great to have you here presenting all this big work. So, thank you everyone to be here. The second panel, just some logistic information. First, as we have seen, we have some pressure on time, so 5 minutes the first question and 3 minutes the second one. If you would like to ask for changing some slides, I think it's better to say next slide. It's more convenient, I can say. So let's start with our first panelist, Mr. Stavros Kalognomos from the Balkan and Black Sea Commission. So I will start with a general question relating with your mission about connecting communities, connecting associations in your mission. So it will be great to have the connection of your mission with cultural roots and everything that we're discussing today. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Papas, for your question. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers and in particular Dr. Dominion for his kind invitation to the CPMR, the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, and its Balkan Black Sea Commission to be here with you and share with all participants and distinguished guests and speakers what we do regarding the creative industries and the cultural tourism. Next slide, please. So briefly to let everyone know what the CPMR is and why we are here. We are an association of some 150 regions from all over Europe, EU member states and non-EU countries. And, our focus is on different EU policies, and among our fields of work, we also work on culture and coastal tourism mainly, and both with the policy focus and through projects. Because we want, when we work on policies, to implement the different priorities in different EU-funded projects and get back to the European Commission with our feedback so that they can improve the relevant policies for the future. Next slide, please. So, today I will give you some feedback about something very specific and very closely related to cultural roots of the Council of Europe that derives from the INUREC project and its second stage, INUREC Plus, so the Adriatic-Ionian Network of Universities, Regions, Chambers of Commerce and Cities. It is called Cultural and Creative Regional Ecosystems, S3 Partnership, and the next slide so that we can see a bit more about it. So this is this is a partnership, a smart specialization partnership that resulted from INUREC 1, a project funded by DG Regio of the European Commission. And we worked on it together with our partners and active member regions in the field, further to the European Commission's request. So this is an industrial modernization partnership. It is not a project as such, but it is a closer cooperation in the field of culture and creative ecosystems. Sustainable tourism, cultural tourism is among the objectives of this partnership. When we worked with the European Commission on this regard, and with some active members of the CPMR in the field, in particular the region of Western Greece, the region of Tuscany in Italy and Aragon in Spain. We worked closely with DG Regio of the European Commission, DG GROW, and the Joint Research Center, since it is a platform under the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. Something else, because when we started working on that, it had an Adriatic-Ionian focus. In fact, it is the first thematic partnership with a specific macro-regional focus, this of the Adriatic-Ionian macro-region. But it went beyond this geographical area and is open to all over Europe. We can see on the next slide the map of participating regions and countries so far. As I said again, it is open to newcomers. We are quite encouraged by the European Commission to work with the different industrial modernization platforms you may see on the slide. And the aim of this partnership is to bring in culture and creative industries closer to local communities so that we tackle challenges such as brain drain and so on. And we aim at cultural and creative industries managers, related jobs such as maritime archaeologists, for instance, and so on. So together with our partners, we work both on policies and on projects. Our aim is to attract bankable projects so that we can implement the different European policies in this regard. Something else, because the clock is ticking. When we elaborated this cultural partnership, we focused further to the thematic steering group of Pillar 4 of the EUSR on two cultural routes of the Council of Europe, the Roman Emperors one and the olive tree route. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will come to you later about the brain drain that you said, because it's very interesting about culture and sustainable development in general, this issue after many years of recession, I mean, at least in this area, and after COVID, and then after many other things. So let's move on. Let's go to Crete, and let's see how all these stories that we are hearing about technologies and, let's say, creative industry and everything can be illustrated by your roots here in Crete. So you have the floor, Marina.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Καλώς ορίσατε στην Κρήτη.
Good morning to all. Welcome to Crete. It's a great honor for us to be here and present our projects. We're based in Anoia, at the heart of the World Geopark of UNESCO, at Psiloritis Mountain, at the place of gods, of myths, of legends, but also a place that has its own marvelous people. Our objective is to find the way that would highlight the cultural heritage, the rich cultural heritage of Psiloritis Mountain, using tools that are given to us by the digital culture, and of course having an interaction between cultural heritage, modern and folk art, with new technologies which are at the forefront. Next slide, please. I'm going to present you today the project that we are implementing since 2020, which has been included in the program Ερευνώ Καινοτομώ Δημιουργώ, that is, I research, I innovate, I create, funded through research, through EU funds, through the NSRF. It is called Idaology, as you see on the screen. It is a partnership of mediation, culture, or technology of high tech, and scientific documentation. The objective is to collect, record, and give back to the worldwide and local community as digital data all the special elements of our livestock breeding activity and culture of the livestock breeders of Psiloritis Mountain. These activity and culture is a well-known factor for the local population. We're talking here about pasturing, of course, and shepherds. From antiquity, this is the main source of cultural wealth for this area. In this framework, we see the participation of many different stakeholders in collaboration with the Institute of Technology and Research in Crete. We do have another cooperation with the University of Crete in Rethymnon. The main tool is the interaction and partnership with the people of Psiloritis Mountain. The deliverables that will be the outcome of the project are the following: a repository of research as a digital database available in more than one languages about the life of shepherds, an application application of commercial reality in a digital environment with a 360 degrees view that will give the opportunity to everybody to go to the natural landscape on Psiloritis, being an active observer of the very complex reality of being a shepherd. Last but not least, we shall deliver a book to the benefit of students and children. The modern means of AR will make live different sceneries, different heroes, traditions from one mountain that has a diachronic hero, and this hero is the shepherd. Next slide, please. Next one, thank you. Another project that we're implementing is our latest, which we are presenting these days, this trailer is presented these days, is the Mitartum project. Mitartum has one objective, and this is to highlight the different wall constructions of Psiloritis, the so-called Mitata, which are fragmented throughout the mountainous region of Psiloritis. In this framework, this is implemented in the framework of a project by the Ministry of Culture through the support of the Modern Culture Division. Our partner is the Institute of Research Technology and the Municipality of Anoia. This is a way to use the mountainous landscape of Psiloritis with a technical access, the modern forms of art and culture that interact with folk culture of the dry stone. In essence, we have the first open artistic festival at Mitata of Psiloritis, in these dry stone walls of Psiloritis. The artists, being the main actors of this initiative, having as a trigger a myth of Greek antiquity, and they do create 3 new projects marvelous for modern art, giving to them their own approach as when it comes to the message and the impact that they have for today. The production of the artistic creation will be conveyed through a digital application that will be called Mitartum project, and will map the project through a multifaceted approach and different combinations. Thank you.
Really amazing. I mean, you can even touch this part of culture of Crete without going up there. It's but it's also very nice to go up there. Okay, very nice food, very nice people actually. So let's move on to Mrs. Zouni from the University of Piraeus. From your work, you are dealing very a lot. I mean, all these years with tourism in Greece, but not only. How do you see? Parameters like COVID or recovery from COVID, together with culture and the whole product. How this can be really an answer for today and future, let's say, questions.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Θα μιλήσω στα ελληνικά γιατί θέλω να πω πολλά.
Good morning, everybody, because I want to speak in Greek and to speak very, very quick. I hope that the dear interpreters will help me. Do you believe that you are the same people, same like 3 years ago? Today, in the past, we would travel and we would see the same people. But do you believe that we have remained the same, that we are the same people? No, we're not the same people, because we have been experiencing over the past 2 years a global, a collective shock. This is what the psychologists say. And this shock has made us include a new component in the equation for all our behaviors, for all our decisions. There is a new criteria above all other criteria. We don't travel for culture, for entertainment, for the joy of traveling, for the joy of exploring. We travel full of fear, with the fear of death. This is what the studies tell us. the utmost, the highest fear of death, and we keep wondering, am I going to get COVID? Am I going to pass it to my friends? Am I going to have problems? So there is a new variant in the equation of our lives. We have changed as people, and we have changed as travelers. And if we go to the cultural tourists, well, there are even more changes. This is the world study. In the past, they would travel for cultural heritage. Now they travel with a top criterion. Their first criterion is safety. So now safety is the most important thing. In the past, we would book our tickets 2 or 3 months earlier, now 1 month earlier. In the past, we would go to hotels, now we go to Airbnb. In the past, we would think about sustainability, but now it is an imperative. It is we want to make sustainable choices and combine such choices with digital choices. So from the physical, we have shifted to the virtual environment. And you've seen, you've followed all the beautiful applications that are in place currently. So, cultural travelers are interested in experiences, not things anymore. They are interested in experiential travels. I was talking with the reservation, the booking responsible of the Minoa Hotel here, and she told me that tourists are interested about many details they wouldn't really care for in the past. So a new model of cultural traveler is being created, laying emphasis on the value of simple things. We at the University of Piraeus have the honor and the joy, in cooperation with Mr. Domignoni and the Council of Europe, to be part of the network of universities of cultural roots, and we keep conducting research. And this is a recent research running currently. It started in June. It is developing, and the sea and sun model is what 92% of tourists still choose. Sea, sun, and culture, though. So we keep enriching the tourist model, the sea and the sun model, which is very powerful. And 3 out of 5, they use digital means, TripAdvisor and Booking, and 62% are women, not men. And then we conducted a research for Greek travelers. What are their differences from foreign travelers? I think we need to investigate all groups of interest. All such elements are at your disposal if you wish. These are my contact details, so please reach me if you wish. And it will be a joy to talk to you, because we do this research for you, for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting outcomes we are going to discuss in the second round, of course. So let's move to another issue from Norway. Very glad also to work with Norway, with GSTC, about sustainable development and tourism. However, I had the same question, or let's say outcome, in some assessments that we have run again. How we connect structures like museums and connecting them and their activity and their targets with the potential stakeholders in cultural roots. So tell us about it.
Yeah, it works. It's money that connects all these institutions. And I have a pleasure to represent Norwegian Arts Council, which is has a function of Secretariat for Culture Department, Ministry of Culture in Norway. But our main goal, what I'm going to talk about, is that we are supplying Norwegian Culture Fund with administration to allocate money. And I have a pleasure to be working with two committees, which are, and I'm going to talk about one of them. One of them is a Culture Heritage Committee. And this is a tool which could be used in much more bigger extent to support stakeholders who would like to be partners of cultural roots. Norway is member of Cultural Roots since 2011, and out of 9 Cultural Roots, 6 have only one member in Norway. So if you look on this short presentation, you will see what we can give money to and what money is not given to. First of all, which is the most important element, the most relevant, will be documentation, immaterial cultural heritage, intangible heritage, and living heritage. So if you have any ideas, if you think you will need, you can apply for amounts for, they are not big projects. The biggest can be 50,000 euros, but only 1,000 euros or even less can be applied for. The most interesting goals we are after, like the project goals, are physical safeguarding, and we would like people to come with some ideas which will be innovative to join communities, museums, institutions, official institutions, and small communities. And also, what is a priority of Norwegian government this year and these years, it's diversity. And with diversity, we often think about either multicultural or multi-language, but we have to think out of the box and look into our institutions or your institutions, what you miss of diversity in your daily work. And if you find any field which you think was not covered enough or has not been really worked on lately I mean like since last 100 years, you can apply for this element for documentation, for dissemination, or even for preservation of this element. It can be a language, it can be a house, a construction, it can be an object, a ritual, it can be a daily routine, which is important. And on one of the slides, you could see 2 faces. There will be my colleague, which is a leader of this team, and me. So if you need to contact us in about any ideas which we could find stakeholders to communicate with you, and you could jointly write a project. You don't need to be a Norwegian institution to apply for this money. They are very simple grants, very simple process of the granting.
Thank you very much. I escaped from the trap to pronounce your name, so it's very difficult. I will try in the next round. So let's move to the next one. First of all, is the first technical coordinator that I'm discussing today, so nice thing. However, Mr. Barquin is talking about prehistorical rock art. I like the rock one. I mean, it reminds me of other things. However, it's very interesting how you can connect that to cultural roots. I mean, how you deal with that. Please tell us.
Okay. Well, indeed, Ioannis. Hola, buenos días. Hello. It's my pleasure to stay here with all of you, sharing the work. Our network is developing around Europe in the topics that we are working today in this session. Well, the latest technologies applied to the management of the first half of humanity. It's a nice paradox, really, and very useful for us. Well, in the last years, our network, you can see in the slide, our destination, ROCAR destinations in 8 countries of the Council of Europe, has been working on the application of technological innovations to improve 2 essential aspects for us. On the one hand, the preventive conservation of the extremely fragile works of art preserved in caves, rock shelters, and rock outcrops in Europe. Graphic evidence with thousands of years old, more than 40,000 in some cases. On the other hand, improving the physical and intellectual accessibility of rock art sites, we must take in consideration that many rock art destinations cannot be opened to the public due to the conservation problems. And other places, due to the geological complexity of the sites, avoid the public visit. Both questions avoid that many people with mobility problems are not being able to visit these prehistoric sanctuaries directly. Several research projects and actions involving our partners in Italy, France, Portugal, and Spain are producing an exchange of expert information from which our partners in Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Finland will soon benefit. Next slide, please. Thank you. We have 2 big objectives at the end, applying the last technologies for our work. To avoid the risks of climate change, for preservation of our geological support, the caves, the rock shelters, the rock outcrops, the petroglyphs, for example. And the second one, to foster the relation between the private investment companies and the authorities that manage our prehistoric heritage with cultural and tourism purposes. At the end, we are applying the last technology to preserve and to show to all the people who want to know the first art of the Europeans. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. I mean, to be inside the caves and see all this beauty and try to use the technologies to transfer that everywhere. That's amazing. Thank you very much. So I'm moving to the last 2, actually, panelists. So let's move from, let's say, the technological priority to something which is also very important, like awareness, or people, or actually community, or even visitors, that they would like to be also be aware about many things. This is a very nice illustration of the history. However, you need something more. So I would like both of you to tell me about the training academy and the results and how you can actually implement all these technologies to your mission. Thank you.
Thank you. And first of all, I would like to express our thanks to Stefano Dominioni for letting us present the activities of a training academy of the whole network. And we will talk not from our own roots, but for the whole network, and as we are also member of the task force of the cultural roots. We hadn't met since 2019, when we came together again towards the end of May, first days in June this year. And of course there were high expectations to meet again. We met many new members of the roots, and we met new roots. So it was really a highlight just to meet. Before the training academy, I sent out a petition to all roots. They should send in one word. What would be the most important thing to develop together among the 48 roots? And that we took care of. And what happened, Pierre?
Thank you, Inga. Comme vient de le dire Inger, cela faisait presque...
As Inger just said, for 3 different years, these routes were not met. There was something dynamic in that. So the result was a dynamic collective, a dynamic which was very important. It was a synergy among us through the different meetings that we held on cultural tourism, on cultural routes. We talked about challenges that all these routes have in common. These challenges became 3 priorities which should be taken into account and we must implement in the future. That is, first of all, partnership, sustainability, and visibility. We are all very proud because we participate in this program in the Council of Europe. We are quite proud of that because we can really meet our challenges and our obligations. But in reality, this is a brand that is not that well known. When we want to discuss with the financial departments that will finance us, with the different stakeholders, we should explain each time what this program is about. Nobody knows it. There is a problem of visibility. We must raise awareness. We must increase our visibility. Second point, partnership. Again, through these different meetings that we held, we were able to see the wealth of knowledge, the wealth of knowledge at the level of a group when it comes to these threats, and we can get inspired one from each other. We can see all different programs that everybody implements, and my third point is that we can merge our resources. Then sustainability is of paramount importance. It is a key topic to us. What is our commitment vis-à-vis the contribution offered by the Council of Europe in the agenda in view of 2030? These are the 3 topics that will be our 3 priorities to us. And based on this academy, we have been split into different working groups. The main idea is to be very specific in what we are doing on the one hand, and on the other hand, this issue should come from us, from the root cities. We, being in the territories, we who know the life of different regions through the assistance of the Council of Europe or of the Institute, of course, but we should also find the proper words to express ourselves and to explain all these points. Last point, I would like to tell you something about the result when it comes to the communities and at a national level. The academy knows quite well the competence that these routes have so that they can promote an area, a region. 5 different routes cross this territory, and territories know that. Then next point, we are fortunate enough in France to be supported by the Ministry of Culture, which acknowledges the importance of these routes, and the Academy has been aided by the Ministry. So through the help of the Ministry, we can implement our project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask more about the results in the next round to be sure about that. So let's go back to Stavros. And I have asked some preparation about brain drain because we see that in any part of tourist activity, in the infrastructure, people that know in specific parts of, let's say, special actually competitiveness. So what about in your case and the work that you are doing about brain drain, how you contribute to reverse that in cultural, let's say, tourism?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. To start with the INUREC Plus example, youth is among our horizontal priorities. So whenever we have something, we involve representatives of youth, because without involving them, no policies or nothing is sustainable. This is one thing. Regarding the CCRES3, again in the Adriatic-Ionian part, we were asked by the European Commission, because they are now working on the revision of the action plan of the EU strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region, to draft and to submit some suggestions for the cultural and creative industries. So we took into consideration the COVID, the new normalcy after the pandemic, and again, how we can tackle brain drain. We took the feedback from the different events. As I said, we involve youth a lot. We have specific youth fora in the framework of this specific project. And we submitted recently our suggestions to the European Commission DG Regio for the cultural and creative industries in the Adriatic-Ionian region. Again, with brain drain among our main objectives. Something else, because it was also presented last night by the Director General of the ICBSS, and we thank him very much and his colleague, Ms. Georgia Hanji, for coordinating the supporting youth entrepreneurship in cultural tourism for coastal communities in the Black Sea region. Again, we have young people, and we need to know their priorities. Otherwise, we cannot help them stay and invest in their region. So, in the end of the month, on the 26th of October, we are having a hybrid event here in Crete again. We are trying, because it's going to be in the framework of the CPMR General Assembly, to bring in the expertise of different sea basins of Europe. So not only the Black Sea young people, but with their peers from the different sea basins of Europe, and see how they tackle similar challenges they face. It is going to be a hybrid event, so we'll kindly ask the organizers to disseminate the information to all participants. And thanks also to this forum, we are pleased to welcome the Aeneas route. So it's beyond the Black Sea, but still a very interesting idea to replicate maybe to our event. What we want to do through the different projects is to help locals stay in the region. This is how we'll tackle brain drain. And this is quite an interesting exercise, because seeing how other stakeholders in the rest of Europe do, we are not here to reinvent the wheel, but bring in the different best practice and try to replicate them tailor-made in the specific region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Impressive. I mean, amazing what you can do. I'm taking some lead and continue to that direction with very, very big support from many different people in this part. And again, in Crete, hybrid event in Crete, that's another thing. So let's move to Crete again. However, I would like to finish my questions to you, Marina, in order to ask you two things. First of all, we saw very interesting applications that you are, projects that you are introduced and financed by the state, actually, most of it. So the number one is, do you really think that the state supporting this kind of activities, towards cultural roots? And what about versus private sector? Because this is a collaboration between private and public sector.
As you've seen before, all our projects are supported by the Ministry of Culture mainly, and we do implement 3 different activities that are enlisted in tenders of the Ministry of Culture since the COVID era. We need to say that crisis creates opportunities. It created many opportunities for our body. As an NGO, we had limited options up to that time. We didn't have enough opportunities to submit to table proposals. We were given this opportunity in 2020 from the Directorate of Modern Culture, but also from the Directorate of Contemporary and Cultural Heritage. Furthermore, as you saw, we were able to benefit from the NSRF projects. We included ideology in that, which was very important to us. Furthermore, let me express a few words about the municipality of Anoia, which is our main partner, our supporter when it comes to our proposals. We started together in 2019, and we tabled towards the Ministry of Culture the first proposal to include in the national list of intangible cultural heritage for the world, for the cosmos of Shepherd, Ompsiloretis Mountain, with all the different cultural elements, the different habits and the different traditions from this surrounding. This became a fruitful effort in 2022. The inclusion was announced upon a decision taken by Mrs. Mendoni, the minister, in February 2022. Furthermore, when it comes to the private sector, of course, we have supporters, especially coming from Crete. We have stable partners, not just financially, but also as partners. I would argue that we have the Institute of Technology and Research. They're always close to us, almost in all our projects. They support us a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed.
So I think, thank you, Maria. I think we have to see really I will call it PPP, public-private partnerships in this game. However, it is a key role, especially on technology issues, the private sector, how they're implementing or supporting the whole process of the cultural roots and the transition, a more digital, actually, on the sense of practical means way of the whole story. So, talking about private and public sector, I would like to go to Mrs. Zuni following her previous presentation in order to ask, so how this collaboration between businesses and especially on destination level, that really is the backbone, the platform that the cultural tourism is supported and based, how they really implement these changes that you are talking about, really?
Πριν πούμε για τον πολιτισμό και τον τουρισμό, να σας πω...
Before talking about culture and tourism, let me tell you one truth. 8 out of 10 enterprises worldwide were not resilient during the pandemic. So it's not just about cultural roots, it's not just about tourism. The planet is in recession due to the war, due to COVID, and due to the climatic change. Well, the only stable thing today is change. The current status quo will change at the level of cultural roots and at the level of organisms and businesses. We have heard some really inspiring ideas over the past 3 days. We've heard about beautiful applications, but I am asking you, are these things going to work on the basis of what we said during this panel? Well, you know how much you need to fight every day in your ministries, in your cultural roots every day. And things are still difficult, and they're going to change and become even more difficult because there are going to be more components and variants in the equation. So what I'm trying to say is that before all ideas and before all inspiring things, we need to do 3 main things. Assess the past, envisage tomorrow, the present rather, and design the future. We need to involve many different parties. We need to go back to the ancient model of Protagoras. Man needs to be above all. Mr. Lohan spoke about that, and Stavros Kalognomos said that it needs to be man-oriented. This process needs to be man-oriented, human-centered and oriented. And how can we do that? I think we need to do three things for the human beings and for the tourists. For the tourists, we need to conduct studies and research, constant research, because what we can't measure, we can't manage. Peter Drucker said that. And this needs to take place through the universities in the cultural routes. And we are a university, for example. And this research needs to be open. And then we need specialized research per cultural route. And for the people involved in the cultural routes, we need strategy, marketing, and management. We need to shape new policies, new strategies, projects like Roots for You. And lastly, for all the other parties involved and the local communities, we need to raise the awareness at a collective level, to raise the level of collective resilience. And this will take place with education and with programs involving all necessary stakeholders, like Mr. Karabatos said yesterday. And this will happen only through one thing: the creation of an observatory of cultural roots, comprising all the research, all the strategy, and all the awareness that we need to create in the local communities. I am sure that, like in Greece, with the Ministry of Culture, it works really hard, and we are going to work really hard. And with the Council of Europe, I believe that we will achieve this objective. Thank you.
Too many things. We have to stop and reinitiate the panels, maybe, or maybe we can stay here for another day. I know that you are not going to say no, all right? However, we have not to keep it only for cultural roots. We have to keep it on a longer actually theme. And leaving from Greece and going back again to Scandinavian areas or Norway, I would like to ask you, Mrs. I will try that. Winsenska? No, okay. I have to stop saying that.
We stay with name.
Yeah.
In Norway you use
it's simple.
names.
I know. That's another cultural thing.
First name
yes, of course. So tell us about your favorite examples of what you are delivering to your country about cultural roots also.
I have chosen a very local, very little route, which could be in the future, if there would be any cultural route which would cover the same item, would be a perfect co-partner. It was a route that fulfilled all the requirements we all are talking about. So this is a route which is which is involving research and scientific approach, which I liked so much. It involves minority origin people. It's a route with Sami people. This is a route that encourages locals and visitors to do a physical activity, because it's a hiking route. It preserves environment in the region, and it raises common awareness about so-called target groups and over-tourism. And it's also a route, Marina, you were mentioning about the local investments, because this is a route that has not applied for money from the government or any official institutions. They have cooperated. There is a museum, a local institution. There is a Sami language institute, and there are generations, like the seniors, who are contributing to this route. What they have done a signposting. The goal was to signpost a hiking route on the signpost they were supposed to put stories, very short stories, about Sami names of the mountains and places. And it were not only names, but also the stories behind the names, very short. That was the whole process of awareness. Like, to not write a novel, write something which could be readable. And they were discussing very strongly between themselves about the names, about the way they were writing it down, what the grandmother was using, and what the grandfather was using, which name was used. And they all sent it to, the project to Sami Culture as a language institution to put an official stamp on. And they were even quarreling with the Sami institution because they wanted their original names to be placed on this signposting. So it was really very involving community process, which they dared to say no to the main institution, which is saying yes or no, how do you write the name? And I was really supporting them. So very local, very involving, very environmental, and encouraging to move.
Thank you. I kept the words over tourism, but also the need for interpretation and everything related with awareness. And because cave is a very fragile environment per se. I still remember I was in Chile and we went all together to see a hand. All right? No, it was in Chile. Yeah. So, but the information that we got before going there by the guide wasn't enough. So, what do you think about that? How the cultural roots support and accommodate this need to be prepared and to be towards sustainable tourism again? This is the need.
Well, could you put, thank you. Okay, that's right. Well, the opportunities offered by new geomatics technologies, 3D digital topography, megapixels, orthophotography, analysis of light spectra for the analysis of colorants, trace elements studies, etc., and the application of virtual and augmented realities to produce high-quality facsimiles are fundamental for us in the recent times. With these methodologies, we are able to monitor the evolution of the conservation of our sites and even define the visitor capacity at each destination, improving the sustainability of rock art sites. Well, in addition, geomatic applications give us the capacity to develop the best facsimiles, such as the caves of Altamira, Lascaux, Chauvet, and the latest Grotte Cosquer, which are open to everyone, and they include a resource for people with physical and intellectual disabilities. Besides of more engaging and interactive exhibition in our museums and interpretation center, of course. A special mention to the next one, please. A special mention to the augmented and virtual realities tools that have opened a new world of possibilities for us in order to develop together new ways to access to the European first art. These new technologies are being implemented in our destination and in several events that we organize across the year, like the European Day of Rock Art, where we organize it with more than 40 activities in 6 countries in the framework of the European Heritage Days. This European Day is next Sunday, 9th October, and in commemoration of the first discovery of rock art in Europe, that was Altamira Cave in 1978, last century. That's all.
That's great, amazing. Technology is giving the answer right now. So last but not least, we're discussing about awareness, about many things. I have written a lot here, about your work and about the visibility and the 3 groups in the academy and the target. So tell us more about the results. Tell us more about really the great work that you are doing.
With pleasure. what started in Fontainebleau during the training academy this year now continues. And that means that for the first time ever, the whole network of certified cultural routes work together in a long-term perspective to develop the value of the brand, of the label, and to strengthen our own roots. We had a meeting Wednesday morning where almost 50 members of the cultural roots participated. And we worked together again in workshops for the 3 themes of the working groups, where the participants could add content to the coming work. The 3 working groups are established with 1 chair each, and furthermore 1 person from the task force will follow their work. And it's, as said, visibility. We have to be more visible. People all over Europe and the rest of the world should be more aware about what we are doing and the value of the brand. And we need more cooperation. We need to act together, not route by route, together. And if we do so together, 48 routes could have a tremendous impact. And last but not least, sustainability. If all members of the routes really see the challenge, what is waiting us with climate and energy and so on, that also could be very, very important for the whole Europe. And that was what put up. Interested members, up to 15 members per group, have now signed up, and we will continue to work on that. And next, what will happen?
Donc maintenant, nous avons ces groupes qui, ça y est, sont mis en place. Et l'idée...
So we have these 3 thematic and working groups that have been created, and we want to create groups that will work in the middle and long term, and that they will become reference points for the next forum and for the next academy of 2023. So there is going to be a next meeting in Paris in February to assess the results in physical presence, like we did the other day, 2 days ago. We defined the framework of the final products that we want to present in the next meeting of our academy. Thank you very much.
I think this is the end of this panel also. I would like to thank you a lot for your contribution. It was great examples, great technological implementation, and I would like to give the floor. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and a good applause for our panel speakers. Thank you very much. And now we will move to the last part of the morning program with a special session 3 on the Adriatic-Ionian EU macro-regional and sustainable tourism products on cultural routes. I'm pleased to welcome to the stage Mrs. Vlasta Klaric, thematic expert of EUSER, Department of European Affairs, the Croatian Ministry of Tourism and Sports, who will be moderating this thematic session. Welcome, Mrs. Klaric. And I'm going to call the speakers in the following order. Mrs. Anuska Veranja Kronic, Minister of Culture and Media of Croatia. Mrs. Ksenia Kecha, Scientific Committee member of the Phoenicians Roots. Mr. Tomas Stoka, Center for Creativity of Slovenia. Mr. Filippo Francini, Director of Culture and Tourism Department from San Marino. Mr. Giovanni Cafiero, the President of the Aeneas Route. And Mr. Sanjin Mihelic, president of the Iron Age Danube route. Welcome to all the panelists. And Ms. Klaric, it's a great pleasure to give you the floor for this, I am sure, very interesting session on the Ionic Adriatic. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really glad to welcome you here and to thank to our organizers and hosts for this magnificent event. We have enjoyed it for the last 3 days, and I'm sure we shall remember it for long. It is our pleasure to be guests with this panel on behalf of the EU strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region. And I think that we should start actually with our hosts, our Greek colleagues here, two of them, Mr. Fotis Vlachos and Ms. Eftichia Christina Aivaliotou, who are going to present us the keynote speech. Mr. Fotis Vlachos is our highly appreciated colleague at the EUSR Thematic Steering Group Pillar 4 for Sustainable Tourism and Culture, executive in the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports, who is also a focal point for the cultural roots of the Council of Europe program in Greece, strongly strengthening and promoting them. He is also in charge of the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals in Greece, UN Agenda 2030. And also, after Mr. Fotis, we shall have our dear colleague, Eftichia Christina Aivaliotou, our most distinguished member of the EUSR Thematic Steering Group Pillar 4. Currently, she is the deputy head at the Department of Tourism Statistics in the Hellenic Ministry of Tourism, used to be director of the Office of Greek National Tourism Organization in Germany and Poland, and highly knowledgeable in tourism. Mr. Fotis, Ms. Eftichia, please take the floor.
I think Eftichia will start.
Thank you. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much. I thank the organizers and the co-organizers for this meeting and for the opportunity to be a speaker in this session. I'm now going to switch into English.
It's an EU share in Pillar 4 for Sustainable Tourism, aiming at sustainable tourism development and at raising the awareness and importance of cultural tourism in local communities. Regarding your question, Vlasta, on how cultural tourism products and routes mobilize human and financial resources to boost recovery, we can now definitely say that COVID crisis during the last years has given us an opportunity to rethink tourism and its further development. As international tourism was strongly hit by the pandemic, we witnessed a new global trend that refers to responsible travel to environmentally conscious travelers that seek more to a destination. Cultural routes tourism products can be regarded as alternative products, as a solution towards mass tourism, but when they are set upon a centrally and well-coordinated framework, when well-planning procedures have first taken place. In the Hellenic Ministry of Tourism, we have determined sustainable tourism development as a key pillar of our national strategy and a response to responsible travel. Therefore, we participate in every effort and initiative that enable us to efficiently achieve this task. Recovery and mobilization of human and financial resources can be achieved when we build products such as the cultural tourism products on routes that engage the local communities, the local authorities, make them part of a national vision and mission. We strongly believe that once the benefits of these alternative products are clearly defined and conceived at all aspects, economic, social, environmental, then the local communities and authorities will be more involved, and the recovery will be achieved first at local level and later at a national one. Consultation process among stakeholders is very essential at this stage. EU share and its priority 5 of its action plan, Cultural Tourism and Local Identity, resulted in proposing specific flagship projects on cultural tourism products, such as air cultural routes and Kultur Air. The first one aims at a harmonized distribution of tourism flows using the cultural routes as a tool for the creation of innovative and diversified tourism products. The second one aims at the creation and dissemination of structured and harmonized data on cultural tourism demand in Adriatic-Ionian region in order to better monitor the cultural tourism demand characteristics. Of course, we have challenges ahead of us, but we believe we will measure up to them. So the Hellenic Ministry of Tourism has supported from the beginning these projects as they fully comply with our national strategy and enhance our belief that we should turn to alternative solutions towards mass tourism. The engagement of local communities is a sine qua non condition for the efficient implementation of our policy. Recovery can be achieved first at the local level and then proceed to the national one. Nothing can be done without the constant dialogue and the exchange of expertise and experience of the stakeholders at local, regional, and national level. I would like to thank especially the Ministry of Culture and Sports for the cooperation within EUSER, and especially Mr. Fotis Vlachos, and Mrs. Vlasta Klaric, as representative for Croatia, coordinating this session, but also for her work at the EUSER DSG4. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ευτυχία. Ευχαριστώ, Ευτυχία, και για τα καλά σου λόγια και ανταποδίδω πραγματικά τη συνεργασία. I will speak in English. I thank Ευτυχία for this excellent cooperation. First of all, it's my great pleasure to be with you today. And let me say specific thanks in the task force. We had a task force established for the organization of this excellent event. Dr. Dominioni, thank you so much for this coordination in this task force, and I would like to give exactly a special thanks to this team of your secretariat. We had a very hard work during all the year. It's very important to underline this. Going to the specific question that we have discussed and we would like to discuss today, the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sport is actively engaged in the USR initiatives. Through a specific excellent cooperation with all the members, under the coordination of Ms. Vlasta Klaric. Thank you so much, Vlasta, for this coordination, to the cultural tourism sector, which is excellent, as Croatian representative. We have already engaged in the USAR activities and in the Cultural Roots program of the Council of Europe. As such, we tend to further strengthen the presence, on the one hand, by putting into practice the USAR priorities for sustainable tourism, and on the other hand, by upholding and promoting Council of Europe's fundamental principles through the cultural roots, namely human rights, cultural democracy, diversity, intercultural dialogue, mutual understanding and exchanges across borders. The Directorate of International Relations, European Union of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports, and especially the Department of International Relations, constitutes the focal point for USAR in Pillar 4, and also the Cultural Roots Program of the Council of Europe. This institutional role gives us the opportunity to keep abreast of the transnational latest progress and changes of the Council's cultural policies, while at the same time we are able to promote Greek proposals on cultural tourism. We have some examples in the past. We have the olive tree routes, the Roman emperors, strengthening participation of Phoenician routes, etc. Within this context, following a remarkable and ongoing cooperation and joint efforts with the Ministry of Tourism, especially through Greek participation in the USAR Thematic Steering Group, we focused since the very beginning on Priority 5 of USAR Action Plan. The Priority 5 is the cultural tourism and local identity, trying to identify and trying to identify and achieve. First, a series of thematic routes for sustainable tourism development. Secondly, the mapping and thematic exploration of the existing routes certified by the Council of Europe. And third, the establishment of networks based on thematic tourism. In this framework, taking under consideration the institutional role of both ministries, namely the Ministry of Culture and Sports and the Ministry of Tourism, and the Ministry of Tourism being coordinator in this effort from Greece, we managed to promote the Greek initiative of the cultural roots. For example, the Olive Tree through USR structures in common efforts with Council of Europe and European Commission. I'm coming back to the words of Georgia Zouni for the Roots for You project, which was remarkable, important for some of you. And to organize this event today, which is a best practice illustrating some of the best practices of institutional cooperation between ministries, the two ministries actually, and the regional and local governments, and of course the European institution. Additionally, we jointly supported the creation, strengthening, and implementation of USR flagship projects in the USR. We have Adriatic Ionian region cultural roots and Culturear. You saw in Eftichia's presentation before some words on this, but I know that some of you maybe will be interested on these two projects. A lot of discussion is going on, so we can discuss on in the future or today if you want any information on this. Moreover, the third one, the described participation of the two ministers in USR thematic steering group. Through this participation, we have the challenge and the opportunity to contribute to the new USR action plan and discussion in order to engage cultural tourism and identify its role to the specific dialogue which is based on EC innovation policies. I mentioned here some policies: Green Deal, S3, Smart Specialization Strategy, the Smart Cities, and the thematic destinations and digitalization. There was a discussion in the previous panel. So all of them are connected, and the dialogue is ongoing. In February or March 2023, we're expecting some results of this dialogue to have a new action plan in USR. And the challenge here is that within our USR thematic steering group and the cooperation with all the bodies and all the levels, how we could engage and incorporate the cultural tourism thematic within this new action plan. I would like just briefly to terms that the initiatives in local community. In the last 3 days, we have discussed a lot for the cultural, the importance of the cultural tourism as touristic product and to the management of touristic destinations. Here, the most important thing is that we have once more the bottom-up approach methodology for the adoption of these policies. Cultural rules are a local community initiative. We have to always remember this. It's a civil society effort to safeguard cultural heritage, and tangible and untouchable, and to promote cultural and creative industries and contribute to cultural democracy with the activity participation of local communities. The result of this participation is the creation of cultural routes with common cultural products and tourist destinations. The growth of cultural tourism is very important because there is a triangle of networking and cooperation, a significant factor. First, we have the example of cooperation between civil society and governmental bodies. We have the ministries' associations, with the ministry cooperation with the cultural roots. And we have that allows the growth of these cultural roots in our country, and I think in every country it happens the same practice. And there is a continued challenge and efforts for close cooperation through partnerships with academia, universities, institutions, and the continued scientific exchange. I think after the words of Georgia Zouni, it's impossible to let out the university network. So University of Piraeus is an example, Charokoupliou University of Athens, Padion University, University of Crete, and University of Aegean as examples of this cooperation. The third case of collaboration on which we focused on is related to the relations between our ministry and the local governmental bodies. This cooperation permits other bodies from local communities to participate even more actively, thus making the latter a crucial part of the process of the cultural roots promotion. For us, it's very important that between our ministries that there is, and we would like to emphasize the cooperation between our ministries and the General Directorates of the Ministry of Culture and Sports concerning the organization of educational activities and the preparation of promotional material in order to introduce the general public to the cultural heritage reflected in the European cultural roots, in close cooperation with the European Institute for Cultural Roots. Closely, I would like to mention for me two very important issues. The first one is that this triangle networking cooperation described above has already given us two very important, as best practice, two very important results. The first one is strengthening and expansion of the olive tree route within our region. And this effort is ongoing, is very dynamic. And the second, very important result, is the organization in Chania, Crete, of this event. And I'm sure that all of you understand that this is a cultural tourism event. It's a result of this cooperation. And not only this, but we have the establishment and the certificate, a new certified cultural routes in Greece, the historic cafe route. In closing, I would like to thank all the co-organizers and especially express my gratitude to Ms. Vlasta Kralic, to Dr. Dominioni for inviting us in this event, and speakers, and all the colleagues in the ministry that worked very hard on this. I see Patricia, I see Margarita. Margarita especially is a EPA governing board vice chair, so thank you so much for this effort. We know that without Margarita, it would not be possible, all these coordination efforts. And also to our directorate, Mr. Kalamadis, Ms. Anastasiadou, that always is back of this effort. And thank you all of you for participating so actively in this event. My pleasure being with you, honestly, from my heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our dear colleague, Mr. Vlahos, our dear colleague, Ms. Ivaliotou. It has been a pleasure hearing about the summary of all our EU strategy goals, priorities, actions. And one of the results, as you have stressed out, is also this excellent cooperation. And because of this cooperation, we are really feeling good here in Crete, in Greece, trying actually to bring all our goals to you closer. As Mr. Vlahos has said, this panel is going to deal with cultural tourism, it is going to deal with cultural routes, and also, especially, it is going to deal with cultural tourism product. In this sense, 3 points are the most important. 3 issues: tourism, people, and communities. And as we have already heard so many times, tourism is really changing. It is influenced by this crisis. It is becoming more responsible, more influenced by cultures. And the second important point, of course, are the people. The people who have changed, the visitors who have changed their human-to-human relationships in destinations. Tourism, of course, is primarily about the connection between visitors and hosts. Tourism is the economy of identities. It is the space where identities mix, where they cooperate, where they get richer and more fruitful. And the third key topic, of course, which we are going to deal today with, is the benefit for the local communities gained through tourism and tourism products. When speaking about tourism, well, it is not that it is only changing, it stands on a very firm turning point, and cultural routes may make a very important change in it. Being one of 6 key priorities within the ESR area in the framework of Sustainable Tourism Pillar 4, our cooperation with the Council of Europe and the European Institute of Cultural Routes is already quite important and has a long history and comes as a common need with positive feedback. And in this sense, we really thank to Mr. Stefano Dominioni, because this is becoming an important part of our TSG4 meetings. Here with us today, we have 4 speakers who are members of TSG4, and from 10 countries, it is quite a number. We follow together sustainable cultural tourism trends, projects, development in USR, stimulate wider cooperation among TSG members, providing education promotion through our international events. And when we are speaking about people, let us not forget that 35 million jobs in Europe are created through tourism, and 40% of world tourism revenues come from cultural tourism. So, having this in mind, we are looking for the answers today. how to make tourism more sustainable through cultural routes, make it more resilient and more responsible, and have inclusive growth that will lead not only to cultural and social sustainability, but also to economic benefit for small communities. Quoting last Eurobarometer, let us not forget also that 44% of all Europeans are motivated by cultural offerings at the destination. USA today, with its 10 countries, boasts with 73 UNESCO sites and also 38 European cultural routes. And before COVID situation, we had here almost 80 million visitors coming to cultural sites. New generations, as we can see from the recent research, generations that among top attractions place museums, place city landmarks, historical places. So all these are situated within the natural environment on the cultural routes. It is our common knowledge that tourism product is, as defined by UNWTO, a combination between tangible and intangible elements, such as natural, cultural, and man-made resources, and tourism facilities, so which all together create an overall visitor experience, including emotional aspects for the potential customers. So, a cultural tourism product is an intangible experience closely related to a specific space of the cultural route. It is non-transferable, it is absolutely connected to the territory, and it has a special value. So, that is why we have this excellent opportunity to find out more from our esteemed speakers how to use this, what we have, how to bring together small and micro enterprises, how to make more visible our cultural roots, and how to search for the new answers and new solutions. We have 9 distinguished speakers, and we have also 8 questions which we wish to answer today. So we shall try to keep time in this little bit less than an hour. And we shall start with the first of our questions, which is dealing with local, regional, and national policies, which was partly already answered by Mr. Vlachos and Ms. Aivaliotou. So, the first question, how are local, regional, and national policies involved in tourism product on cultural routes creation, will now be also answered by Ms. Anushka Deranjac-Crnokic and Mr. Filippo Francini. Let me just say that Ms. Anushka Deranjac-Crnokic is a TSG4 member, an art historian and a museologist, expert in cultural heritage protection, working for Croatia's Ministry of Culture and Media, today as the director of the Directorate for Archives, Libraries and Museums. She has authored several scholarly papers, and she is also in charge for digitizing Croatian cultural heritage. Mr. Francini, Filippo Francini, we welcome especially because it is a new member of USL, the San Marino, Director of Department of Tourism and Culture of the Republic of San Marino, with a degree in economics and commerce, specializing in finance with decades of experience in the banking and financial sector. Ms. Anushka and Mr. Francini, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this forum. To come straight to the question, we may say that the cooperative efforts of institutions and individuals at the local, regional, and national levels, as well as the synchronization of policies at all levels, all contribute to the development of a tourist product along cultural routes. In this way, the routes are made more visible, more cultural and tourist content is produced, and we can say tourist experiences are enhanced. Cultural institutions like museums, archives, educational centers, interpretational centers, libraries foster creativity, inclusion, and innovation, so their potential to build relationships among individuals, social groups, and communities is obvious. As I'm talking, you can see in the slides the village of Kotišina, which is close to the town of Makarska and is a stop along the St. Martin route to Croatia. The worshipping of St. Martin has been rooted in Croatia since 11th century. There are more than 30 settlements that are named after St. Martin in Croatia. We have more than 55 churches dedicated to St. Martin and inscribed in register of protected sites. And 27 among of them has been assigned by the footprint of St. Martin. Croatia is the part of network of St. Martin route, which covers more than 20 European centers, with center in Toulouse, France. And I have to add that in a total, there are 17 culture routes passing through Croatia. The recently opened International Interpretation Center in Kotišina has taken on a central role at that location, serving as the primary information hub for the dissemination and exchange of knowledge about the local natural phenomena and cultural heritage. It also connects the cultural sites nearby, including the Church of St. Martin, which was given the footprint of St. Martin designation. The project that put Kotišina on the tourist map of Croatia and European route of St. Martin was developed by the local government entities, Makarska City, Biokovo Nature Park, Makarska City Museum, and Makarska Tourist Board, together with the State Conservation Office. Working together, they developed a cultural tourism product and created a micro-destination, which today attracts more than 40,000 visitors. The Interpretation Center is managed by the Makarska City Museum and is housed on 5 stories in a refurbished 17th century fortress. It showcases the local natural and cultural heritage, including the history of Church of St. Martin, traditional customs, and relationship between man and nature. The geographic setting of the settlement, the fort's position beneath the cliff, the morphology of the terrain, and the Mediterranean vegetation in the nearby botanical garden all contribute to the creation of audiovisual, olfactory, and sensory pleasure. The cultural content contributes to intellectual satisfaction, and close proximity of the Church of St. Martin provide spiritual comfort. Both the fortress and the Church of St. Martin are inscribed in the Register of Cultural Properties in Croatia and have been renovated to this project. The Interpretation Center is also connected to a number of educational hiking routes and newly constructed cycling trails that pass by the Church of St. Martin. The trail also contains 3 innovative, fully equipped rest areas, one of which serves as a bird watching. This is, from my point of view, a very inspiring example of how different actors, different stakeholders may work together in synergy. In the continental part of Croatia, the traditional customs of worshipping St. Martin are related to winemaking and the feast of St. Martin. I would like to draw attention to the permanent exhibition that was opened 2 weeks ago as a part of EU project of the city of Koprivnica and the Koprivnica City Museum. The exhibition was established in newly refurbished cellar rooms, which are usually associated with the production and storage of wine. They present viticulture, traditional customs, and popular piety related to St. Martin and the baptism of wine on his feast day, November the 11th. These customs have been maintained over time and play a significant role in the identities of the local communities around Koprivnica. The exhibition uses digital technology to feature and map local chapels and churches, including those dedicated to St. Martin. It helps local communities to connect with one another and maintain St. Martin's related traditions, adding to the richness of these traditions across a wider European setting. Let me conclude. These two examples demonstrate how national and international policies establish a framework for local communities and individuals to create tourist products that enhance cultural heritage on cultural roots.
Dear Mrs. Dranjak, thank you very much. You have brought up two important issues, and that is the balance between tourism and culture and national policies, appreciating this balance and supporting it, and also the importance of interpretation centers, pointing out the intangible heritage and the sustainability of meaning in our intangible heritage. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Mr. Filippo Francini to join us.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, Mr. Dominioni, and of course the Minister of Tourism and Sport of Greece. And on behalf of the Minister of Tourism and Minister of Culture of the Republic of San Marino for this great opportunity. We are here not only to attend this important forum, but we are here in this panel dedicated to TSG4 to present a concrete example of sustainable tourism project with them of sure impact and relevance with the respect to the development of cultural roots. San Marino is not a EU member, but is a member of Council of Europe, and of course member of the partial enlarged agreement on cultural roots. And in this part has been part of the EU's air strategy since the beginning of this year. San Marino is inscribed since 2008 in the UNESCO Heritage as a testimony for the continuity of a free republic since the Middle Age, and as an inscribed city center included fortification, tower and wall gates and the bastions. During the first phase of the pandemic, San Marino suffered as and perhaps more than other countries, both in the tourism sector and the culture. But this difficult situation for the relation and the isolation of the people was the occasion for our government to rethink and develop and enhance policies both in tourism and culture, putting in the foreground the value of the United Nations Agenda 2030, giving the priority on sustainability and on enhancement on the person, on the environment and local identity, and the monumental and cultural heritage often hidden in city and village. For San Marino, thinking about the tourism development policy with a cultural itineraries is at the same time local, regional and national, but become as well interregional and international due to the position which the Republic of San Marino is located as an enclave of another country, and in close contact with the two specific neighboring Italian regions, Emilia-Romagna and Marche, with which it share origins, history and cultural roots and touristic itinerary. I agree with the speech of Fotis and Vlasta, I really fully agree, because the relationship that San Marino has built with these regions replicates in a smaller and more local-sized dimension what has already been well implemented by the cultural itinerary of the Council of Europe, with the ambition of being able to involve other countries with share historical roots and cultural origin. So we can take inspiration from the story of the founder of the Republic of San Marino. He left in the 3rd century from the Dalmatian island of Rab, in today Croatia, and crossed the Adriatic Sea as a natural connection point between lands and culture, to arrive in Italy in the ancient Roman city of Rimini, and then on the Mount Titano, where he created a community of Christians and living freedom as a gift. This historical link must pave the way for a cultural itinerary that starts from Croatia, joining Italy and San Marino in the project The Lovely Place, which has already been started and which we hope will in the future become one of the cultural itinerary of the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francini, for this new inspiration for a new cultural route based on an old one, based on the travel which started in Dalmatia and ended in San Marino. We are so very happy to have the initiative, and we are sure that all local communities will benefit from it. And now let us start with the second question and see how cultural tourism products promote innovative policies to harness the symbiotic potential of culture, tourism and creative industries. In this sense, we shall have also three speakers to answer our questions. Mr. Stefano Moroncelli, also coming from San Marino, who will give us an insight into this question, and who is also advisor of the Ministry of the Republic of San Marino, and one of the leading experts in European funding and European law, who has managed and coordinated 42 international projects in the last 19 years. Also, we shall address Professor Ksenia Kecha as a senior lecturer at Libertas International University of Zagreb and a member of Scientific Committee of the Phoenicians Route, who will give us an insight from the point of the Phoenicians Route. She is also a tourism expert focusing on tourism policy, development and tourism economics and cultural tourism. And finally, we have here with us also Thomas Stocker, who is an art historian working at the Museum of Architecture and Design in Ljubljana, where he is active preparing Plečnik's legacy for UNESCO nomination and is in charge of managing Plečnik's heritage, actively participating in various exhibitions and projects in the field of architecture and design. Professor Kecha, Mr. Tomasz Stocker, and Mr. Moroncelli, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this introduction. Thanks to everybody for the organization. Well, as my colleague introduced, in 2020, in the moment of full pandemic, we had an idea for starting a new project. And the project is Sustainable Tourism Development, and we called in The Lovely Places. This is why, because there is an unwritten historical link between the Republic of San Marino and its neighboring territories, sharing in a brotherly way an important naturalistic heritage as well as value and ideals, despite being, of course, different states. The intention of this project is to mutually exploit this relationship in the tourist sector, which more than others has no administrative boundaries, but develops on the basis of territorial links. Therefore, this project is effectively implemented in a primary sector of the economy of the entire territory involved, Emilia-Romagna and Marche regions, and the many participating municipalities. The project started from the need to launch a new way of delivering territorial heritage. The territory becomes an incubator of innovation and enhancement of excellence, and of course sustainability. At the moment in the project there are involved 119 municipalities, 9 townships, 2 regions and 2 states. And of course it's already signed a memorandum of collaboration with all the partners. In 2021, the project was awarded from UNWTO, and this year, in 2022, was granted from European Travel Commission. Because it's offering a new tourism related to the discovery of the territory and its hidden treasures, and an atmosphere in which personal experience and tradition are values to be transmitted and given to the new generation of tourists, as we spoke before. And indeed, network of routes with different thematic areas, combining natural, human, landscape, monumental, historical, and enogastronomical values. For example, you can see if you can play the video, please.
Can we see the video, please?
Villages, and wellness and relaxation. The entire activity developed in the project are highly sustainable for a number of reasons. As indeed, access to and enhancement of place is still unknown to many, enhancement of various territorial areas with relevant distribution of tourist flow based on themes, promotion of offers based on green mobility, promotion of typical local products, ability to attract the visitors and tourists even in low season, and no impact on the environment. Already there are two cultural routes that we are promoting, and they are involving, the first one, 44 municipalities that we call the small and great treasure can be found on display in a big city or well-hidden seasons village. Is an itinerary in search of these gems in the best way to discover the excellence that this town, large and small, can offer to those who are passionate about art and beauty. The other route is in the village and castles, small town hidden in the hinterland, because the project is based in the hinterland and also on the seaside. And some places are historical centers, are open-air museums, thanks to their places and their architectures. In a small town, you can find a collection dedicated to the most bizarre collectibles. And in these routes are involved 47 municipalities already. This project, for finishing, represents a transnational cooperation among the neighboring areas, which have become fully aware of the need of real structured cooperation. The transnational cooperation model developed through this project is therefore based on the awareness and the desirability of attractiveness and single territory. Now we want to develop in the future, as my colleague said, new countries that maybe could be partners, as my colleague mentioned, Croatia, and also the other partners that we really see that could be a good partnership is Greece and Albania at the moment. This is because the project is working very well in this area, and now it's time to think bigger and to develop not only to Italy but also to other countries. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thanks to San Marino for this excellent initiative and stressing out the structured cooperation and multi-country cooperation. Already at this moment, as we have heard, involving 120 municipalities and combining the castles and villages and the food and the other services from tourism, which actually is very promising. Thank you very much. And now I will pass the word to Professor Ksenia Kecha.
Thank you, Vlasta. The Phoenicians route was certified in 2003. So we are of age, and next year we are celebrating 20 years of being certified cultural route Council of Europe. So it is my great pleasure to be here and to share with you and present you some of our best practices. And one of it is Smart Way, which means a pathway and acts as a collector of heritage communities and single services, developing a territorial quality offer and the creation of a network of heritage interpretation centers. So the development of the road team is understood as a route to follow by stages its own and original characteristics. So actually this product, SmartWay, is based on slow, sustainable, creative, experiential, social, accessible and responsible tourism. It develops sustainable maritime and nautical ways, improves cultural and museum attractions and land, improve local products and territories related to the Mediterranean diet, and affects the brand and image of the Phoenicians route. So SmartWays contain all the elements of a cultural tourism product that encourage this symbiotic potential of culture and tourism and the creative industry. I have to point out here that not every cultural product is a tourism product at the same time. It is the only one that is connected to a tourist service. A cultural tourism product is intangible and non-transferable, and at the fundamental level linked not only with the internal needs of visitors, but also to the identity of the destination. So SmartWays are actually itineraries that travel agencies or destination management companies can include in their tour packages and offer to individual guests or micro groups. So our role in this specific project is to mark path, to create attractive content of the cultural route, thus creating a framework for developing tour packages. So it is really important for us to have this partnership with tourism ecosystem. Phoenicians Route is a network of networks. We have a network of universities, network of schools, network of Mediterranean museums, but we have also a network of tour operators. So close cooperations by agreements with Phoenicians Route tour alliances is really crucial in our business and for us. Thank you, Lestam.
Thank you very much for pointing out how the cultural tourism product is being created on the level of the Phoenicians route as a good experience, linked to internal needs of visitors, but also linked to the networks of universities, of tour operators, of museums. That is an important partnership between all the stakeholders on the route. Thank you very much. And now we are having here with us Mr. Tomasz Stoka from Slovenia, who is going to talk to us about the new initiative for a new cultural route, which is based on the architectural heritage of Plečnik.
Yeah, thank you. First, I have to say that it is a pleasure to see so many successful projects that connect the values of our heritage and our everyday life. And for us, it's also a privilege that we can present some of our ideas and experiences. I will try to answer on your question about cultural tourism products and promotion of innovative policies with the example of our project in Ljubljana, the intervention, the city center made by a group of creatives inside the program of the Biennial of Design. So basically the preface of this project and also the projects in the future is an inscription of the works of Jože Plečnik in Ljubljana on the UNESCO World Heritage List last year. The UNESCO committee recognized the inscribed works as an outstanding example of human-centered urban design. So a bit more about the values of inscription. So architect Jože Plečnik articulated the city into a series of public spaces such as squares, parks, streets, bridges, and public institutions like library, markets, funeral complex, etc. And it's very important that the town is not built anew, but improved with small or large-scale interventions. And with every intervention into the town, the existing space was taken into account and enriched with new motifs, buildings, and town buildings functions. So overall, for basically every heritage, it is important that we don't see it as an obstacle, but also as a spiritual heritage to humanity. So it is important to achieve this collective recognition of the outstanding universal value, in our case, the quality of Plečnik's public space, and also its never-ending actualization and incorporation into contemporary life. So, together with the creatives called Garnitura, so that is why the group of creatives called Garnitura was researching strategies how to share the values of architecture of 20th century at Biennial of Design, and putting Plečnik as a case study. So the group developed new products that came from the research of his public space. And very important part of the project was also the restoration of the kiosk at the three bridges, and inside of the kiosk we have then different exhibitions, pop-up shops, and it's also serves us as a base for interventions around the city. And all important is also that all the products come from the idea to share the values of the architectures of 20th century. So to answer the question how cultural tourism products promote innovative policies. So we must always start with the values of the heritage, understand different layers of the values and find a contemporary meaning in it. And then the creative solutions will come out. In our case, it was Garnitura that connected the potential of Plečnik's works into the project that promotes and shares the values of his works through new products and programs, and shows the importance of quality public space. And basically, with sharing the awareness of quality public space or any other important value in our society, also through the creative, we can share this also through creative industries, and we can make more, let's say, human and sustainable solutions also on the level of other policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for pointing once again that we have to get back to human measure, that we have to think about our heritage, which is centered around the human needs and which is actually setting us back to the values of the public spaces and the spiritual heritage. And now we are getting back to our questions, to the third question, which is how cultural tourism products en routes mobilize human and financial resources to boost recovery. We have already heard partly the answer to this question by our colleague Eftihia Aivaliotou, and now we shall also hear the answer from Professor Ksenia Kecha.
Yes, thank you, Vlasta. Well, each cultural route is a vector for local economies and provides opportunities for small and medium-sized enterprises to develop products and services within the framework of tourism activities. Of course, the first user of the cultural itinerary's physical network is the tourist. He is the initiator of the economic dynamics of territorial development. So host communities living in and along cultural routes should be integrated into the process of route planning, route development, and route management as well. Venetian's route is strongly focused on community tourism, which means tourism for the community, with the community, and in the community. So being said, allow me to go back to our smart ways. So once the contents of the smart way have been developed, a fundamental point is the creation of one or more heritage interpretation centers. those interpretation centers become a hub where we can discover things to do along the smart way, but also a place where to develop new products, new projects, new partnership, new technical knowledge, where to share know-how and train young people who want to get involved in the development of the smart way. So this is the reason why we consider it as a dynamic process. So those centers could be a place where service providers, for example, local guides or territorial guides and facilitators, can meet visitors and present the entire chain of services offered by the Smart Way in these partnerships, such as destination management companies or corporate networks. So to conclude with, a strategic hub of the Smart Way, the Heritage Interpretation Center plays a fundamental role and can act also as a local reception or area for information or even direct purchase of services such as visits, hospitality, crafts, restaurants, guides, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much for pointing out the importance of interpretation centers as also job creators on the local level, and pointing out that guiding and guide touring is also important in this sense. And now we are getting to our fourth question: how do cultural tourism products involve in cooperation tourism organizations, travel agencies, tour operators, and individual visitors? We shall look for answers with our two speakers, Mr. Giovanni Cafiero and Mr. Sanjin Mihalic. Mr. Giovanni Cafiero is going to speak on behalf of the Aeneas route, and Mr. Sanjin Mihalic on behalf of the Iron Age Danube route. Let me just say a few words about Mr. Cafiero. He is the president of the Aeneas route, whose project he started in 2017. He coordinated the candidacy until the certification obtained in 2021, and he carries out planning and marketing activities with particular attention to landscape and cultural heritage. Mr. Sanjin Mihalic is an archaeologist and heritage professional with a 20-year experience in cultural heritage management, currently serving as the director of the Archaeological Museum in Zagreb, Croatia, and the president of our very young Iron Age Danube Cultural Route Association. So, Mr. Cafiero, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everybody. I was first time in presence in 2017 to promote a new route in Lucca in Italy. And now I'm here in Greece as a president of a certified route. And this is a great achievement. And for this reason, I want to thank Mr. Dominioni and the Institution of Luxembourg, the Ministry of Culture of Greece for the meeting, and also the municipality of Chania. I remember that Chania, or an unknown archaeological site close to Chania, is another site of Aeneas route. A few words about our itinerary. It includes 5 countries, beginning from Turkey. Aeneas escaped from Troya. Let's say it's a kind of continuation of Iliad of Homer. And then through Greece, he was in Delos to ask the oracle where he has to go. And then he went up to Albania, Butrint, that is a UNESCO site and national park in Albania. From Butrint in Italy, in Tunisia, in Carthage, there is a famous story about Aeneas and Didone. Who loves music know very well this, because we have a lot of masterpieces in Baroque music about Aeneas and Didone. So 5 countries, but I think that Aeneas route is something also as other route like the Phoenician one for sure, is something that is common to all European country and civilization, because from eastern part of Mediterranean and beyond, and from Asia, the very ancient culture moved to the central part of Mediterranean, and through the Roman civilization were spread all around Europe. To the north of England, Yorkshire comes from York, that is, was founded by Roman people. London was founded by Roman people. And in that time, all people of the Mediterranean, of all Europe, were in the municipality of London, York. If you go to an archaeological museum in York, you will see how many Mediterranean people were there during the Roman Empire. Few words about the value of Aeneas' route. As I told you before, Aeneas is a refugee. It escaped from the War of Troy, and with a long trip across the Mediterranean, he encountered people who helped Aeneas. And so another values empathy, encounter between diversity. And at the end, a great institution, let's say something that precedes our institution of today, put together all this civilization in a common law, common institution. This is something that is very important to remember. And what about how to help touristic products? I come to the point. My idea is that we don't have to design products. We have to design process. So it's what we can say. We have to follow the criteria of design thinking, not design directly product. If you are, of course, an agency, you will design a product. But if you are an institution or a cultural route that have to promote local development, you have to design a process. And the key word is subsidiarity. Most of the cultural itinerary are association. Some are, let's say, owned by public institution, 100% or whatever, and some other are mainly formed by volunteers. So let's say that it's private and public together. So subsidiarity, the capacity to collaborate between institution, association, tour operator, and also visitors. And in the second part of my speech, I would like to give you some example that for design thinking, but also pilot project. And another criteria is what we call in planning and in analysis appreciative inquiry. It means that you don't have to go to the stakeholders and say, this must to be done. This is the model. This is the standard. You have to analyze and study local culture, local productive structure, and you will find something generative, something surprising. And so you have to be open to this. In our cases, Aeneas myth is very known, especially in Italy, because we study it also in the school. And from this, when we speak about Aeneas route, there are a lot of people that are identifying with this myth. So we are working in the other country, wonderful work with Turkey, because they in Turkey they don't study classical time. So we were a kind of pioneer to share this character Aeneas, that it's a Trojan man, so it's someone who starts from Turkey. Our route is the first route that starts from Turkey to Europe, and also we are together with the Adriatic civilization, with Greece, of course, because as the Albanian representative said last day, Albania and the Adriatic Sea were the door for Greek civilization, Roman civilization, and so I think this could be a good point to develop with the friends of the Adriatic area of programs and projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for diverting our way of thinking towards design thinking and the process which we have already now started, because this is the capacity to collaborate, to understand each other, and to see how we can collaborate in the dynamism of the culture and its all appearances. And now I'm directing myself to Mr. Stanimir Mihalic. Please take the floor.
Well, thank you very much. And please permit me to begin with thanks. And first to you, Mrs. Clarish, for inviting me to participate in this panel. I would like to extend my thanks also to Mr. Stefano Dominioni and the Institute and the EPA and the Secretariat, as well as to our kind hosts here in this beautiful city, on this beautiful island. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I think this is an emotion that we all equally share. When it comes to the question, I would also like to thank you for this question, because it helps me, it paves the way for me to actually extol one of the defining virtues of the Cultural Roots program of the Council of Europe. And this is the fact that, if anything, the Cultural Roots are a collaborative effort, because the roots transcend fields and sectors and occupations, etc., and bring them together. If you remember that among the pillars of what cultural roots are all about, one of the defining is, of course, heritage and culture. The other are the social values, and the third is tourism or economy. And the roots do a wonderful job in bringing them together, because they present a forum of sorts in which different partners and stakeholders across the stakeholder spectrum can work together in unison. And rather than, as is usually the case, speaking in opposing or conflicting voices or terms, they allow themselves and they open their minds and they're willing to work together towards a common goal. Every route, and this is also the case, of course, with the Iron Age Danube route, which I represent here, develops around a specific topic. So we are inevitably discussing a tourism of specific interest, special interest. So these are, in many cases, I know that for us it's the case, it's a niche. It's a niche group, it's a niche target audience, but still, if, supposing that we were left on our own as representatives of one or another sector, and please let me explain that I come from the heritage sector as the director of the Archaeological Museum and an archaeologist, and the route has developed as a sort of the power base of very important institutions and organizations in archaeology, dealing with the Iron Age. Had we been left to our own recourses, admittedly, what we would do, we would be stuck at one point. Because let's not forget that heritage institutions are often quite ill-equipped in terms of skills and competences, etc., when it comes to placing their topic of interest on the market. And this is where Cultural Root, again, I will underline that, work brilliantly. because through networks that become established over time, we get together with partners from social arena, civil communities, local authorities, the national public bodies, public sector, and the tourism sector. So this brings me, we're sliding towards the question of how these cultural routes and cultural tourism products developed within the routes involve the tour operators, travel agents, and tourism sector in particular. Well, let's remember that whichever type you're dealing with, and be it archaeology or something else, there are only so many ways in which you can make this product available to your audience, to your public, to tourists. You can, there are I think 5 or 6 that are usually cited. What you can do is when you create a product, you can well, let's be blunt. You can sell it. You can offer these services either through to eating, accommodation, transport, touring, entertainment, and shopping. In the museums, we don't know how to do that, but the tourism sector does. So by doing this in unison, doing this together, we are actually allowed, and we are actually can create this, what is always needed, this synergistic effect, this multiplier effect in which we create, in which we maintain the sustainability of our heritage, which we may care for its intrinsic value, but others may not because they want to be entertained. We do create it through cultural routes, and although for the Iron Age Danube route we are still at the beginning, we are a young initiative, but we are consolidating and growing, and of course using the examples of other routes as benchmarks and working together with them within this beautiful community that are the 48 cultural routes of the Council of Europe. I mean, this is a success story. So I'm happy to share it with you, and then thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling it the success story. Yes, and you are also one of the examples for that. And thank you for stressing the synergistic approach, which brings up the visibility of the intrinsic value and enhancement of our heritage. And now we have only 2 questions left. One of them is how these tourism products promote dialogue between urban and rural cultures. Here we shall have, once again, Mr. Thomas Stocker as our participant and speaker, and on the other hand side, we shall also address again Mr. Sanjin Mihalic. Mr. Stocker?
Thank you. So, in our case, regarding the question, it is important to maintain the connection between urban and rural cultures. For example, let's say Slovenia is a small country. Half of Slovenes live outside the cities. We don't have, let's say, big cities, and we feel very connected with the nature. So this dialogue is basically everyday exchange. But mostly what is important is that we see in different traditions from rural background important quality and platform for designing more sustainable future. Because global expansions and hyperproduction at the expense of the planet brought us also the climate catastrophe and accelerated the massive imbalance between humanity and the natural world. So we have to explore inspiration from, let's say, vernacular design traditions and practices from our local sites and also around the world to shape a new vision for a more responsive and resilient future. So tourist products should not only inspire us to visit nature and villages more often, but they have to be also a productive part of developing new and more sustainable practices, to see them as a proactive source of new ideas, projects and visions. So thank you.
Well, I'm glad to continue this line of argument, and then actually I will have to admit that this is a question that is, I really feel as if it were tailored for our Iron Age Danube route, because Iron Age, just a quick digression, Iron Age is something that is present basically everywhere. And if you consider that the roots of our common European identity is most readily obvious in if we remember the Greek or Roman civilization or the Middle Ages in some cases, that's all fine, and we all live with it and have it both in our conscious and unconscious. When it comes to Iron Age, it's less readily obvious. But Iron Age this is the last prehistoric period. So before the civilizations of the Mediterranean and later on also the continent start developing. So this is something that even if in our name it is the Iron Age Danube route, in the long term, of course, we would like to reach out to other parts of Europe in terms of trying to work together towards what are the basics and the fundamentals of our approach. And this is always to protect, to preserve, present, interpret, and then, importantly, valorize that heritage. So, going back to the question, it's Iron Age, when we talk that it's everywhere, and I can readily give arguments for that. It mostly happens in rural areas. When it happens in the urban areas, it's mostly in the museums and other institutions that are designed for protecting and safeguarding and exercising their stewardship rights as what we at the museums do. But through the route, through initiatives of the route, through products that the route is actually creating, everyone is invited to go out of their offices, of their houses, of their comfort zones, and go out using the outdoors activities, al fresco style, while learning and entertaining themselves, and in that way also contributing to protecting that heritage. Because let's not forget that in all of these efforts, tourism can be and often is an excellent catalyst for the sustainability of that heritage. So, very briefly, I think that this is true of a number, if not all the routes, but for the Iron Age Danube route, definitely. There are ways in which the routes and functioning of the routes can actively contribute to bridging this gap between advantaged and disadvantaged areas, as well as bringing closer together the urban and rural areas. And we're determined to keep proving that fact.
Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you for bringing up the issue of tourism as a catalyst of sustainability, connecting the rural and the urban areas in the region. And now we are coming to our last question, and it is how cultural tourism related to cultural itineraries of the Council of Europe can improve quality and sustainability of local tourism products and organizations. We have 3 minutes more for that, and Mr. Giovanni Cafiero.
Yes, thank you, Vlasta. So I'm just speaking about a practical example. We organized a meeting, and first a meeting, and then a festival in the area of Campi Flegrei, close to Naples. And putting together in the same meetings and festival a scientific moment, mainly with archaeologists like Professor Michelic, artistic event, theatrical, musical event, and also experience. You see in the slide a kind of tourism very important for our Mediterranean area, that is the tourism, sailing tourism. And what we experimented was to link sailing tourism with archaeological touring, organizing the meeting and the possibility to visit archaeological tour, and Campi Flegrei is very important in this. And another element, we had collaboration with Slow Food Organization. I think most of you know Slow Food Organization. So that the food on board of on the sailing boat was every Saturday gave by local slow food. So different region, different kind of food. So archaeology, food, Mediterranean diet, and sea and sailing, sustainable way of moving in the sea. And this was very productive. And after this, we began collaborated with tour operator in Campi Flegrei. They organized visit, little buses to go from the port to the archaeological area. And so, step by step, we realized what we are saying in theory in these days. And in a not well-known locality, because it's close to Naples, but few people knows how interesting is this area. Thank you for your attention, and I give you the floor again to Vlasta.
Thank you very much once again for bringing this insight to us, and also for mentioning the food. Of course, this is something that is ahead of us, and I do not wish to keep your time, but let me please thank our speakers, because we have traveled through the Iron Age, through the Phoenicians period, through the Aeneas route, also through the Joseph Plečnik route, and we have arrived, and through the lovely places, of course, and the St. Martin's route, and now here we are back again in Chania with our excellent hosts here, with Greece, and also with our organizers. So let me thank them also finally on behalf of all of us for organizing this excellent event, and let me wish you a nice and pleasant afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all 100 of you who are here still listening to us.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. I now have one technical information concerning the afternoon program I would like to give you before we all go to lunch. This afternoon we'll have two sessions. We'll be running in parallel at the same time. The presentation of the official candidates. You may take your seat, and thank you. And the B2B session between the IPA member states and the certified cultural routes of the Council of Europe. And the B2B sessions will be taking place outside this conference room in the two meeting rooms that are next to the conference room, whereas the presentation of the candidate routes for certification will take place in this room. So, for those of you who have not registered and who will not be attending the B2B, the business to business section, I invite you to come back to this room at 3 o'clock, because this is where the presentations will take place. And after these sessions, they will run until 16:30, 4:30. At 5:30, there will be a bus that will take all of us to the Chania city center, and to the theater where the conclusions of the forum will take place. So the sessions of the afternoon will start at 3, candidate routes in this room, the business-to-business section between the IPA member states and the cultural routes of the Council of Europe in the room outside. And lunch will be now served in the same restaurant where it was served yesterday. So I invite you to go to lunch, and I will see you at 3 o'clock back here. So thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. cycle 2022-2023 for the cultural routes that have officially applied. And it is, for me, a pleasure to ask the representatives of the candidate cultural routes to come on stage. I will invite you to come on stage. And we are going to start with Mr. Cristiano Tiussi, the president of the Cooperation Network Heritage Roman Roots, ITER Romanum. I would like to invite also Ms. Alexandra Gribic, the route coordinator of the Via Romea Strata. Mr. Michel Roussel, le président of the European Network of St. Michael's Sites and Ways. Ms. Simona Messina, the manager of the Transhumance Trails and Rural Roads. Welcome. Madame Josette Durieux, Présidente, House of Europe of the Pyrenees for the Pyrenees Freedom Routes. Bienvenue, Madame Durieux. And Mr. Pekka Huttu Hiltunen, the chairperson of the Singing Heritage Route. So we have 6 candidate routes this year. We're very pleased that you traveled to the forum to present your candidacy. I would like to inform you that your presentation will be streamed online via our online platform, so it will be already visible live, but also we will make a special file with all your presentations to provide this to the member states of the governing board of the Council of Europe, enlarged partial agreement, so that they might have all the documentation after the forum, so that they will be able to review it and learn more about the candidacy. Of course, the candidacy will be, as you know, evaluated during the course of the next few months, and you will have also the opportunity to come to Luxembourg to audition in front of the governing board. But we will make sure that the members state of the Council of Europe have access to your presentations right now after the forum, so that they'll be able to vision it. You have 10 minutes for each and every presentation, because the time is of essence. So we will now start with Mr. Cristiano Tiussi, the president of the Network Heritage Roman Roots. Thank you.
I think okay. So this is for going. Kalimera, thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers of the forum here in Crete, and also for the hospitality, and the Institute for inviting us. This association, ITER Romanum, Heritage and Cities, involves 6 partners from 6 different countries. Rua Via de la Plata in Spain, Braga in Portugal, Alesia in France, Arlon in Belgium, Aquileia in Italy, and Sremska Mitrovica in Serbia. The International Association was created in 2019 and is based in Spain. The city is in Gijón. The aim of the association is to promote and disseminate the Roman roads, heritage and sites, forming the Cultural Itinerary Cooperation Network of Roman Routes Heritage. Under the Romans, a network of roads was designed for the first time, and it was capable to link points very far apart and to organize the lands they traversed. Today, as yesterday, communication and mobility are essential in the configuration of landscapes considered as cultural creations. The dense networks of roads that nowadays crisscross Europe have often a historical depth, whose roots lie in its ancient roads. This is why our project aspires to involve especially partners from the border territories of the empire, in order to suggest the width of those relationships and connections that today form the foundation elements of Europe. The association aims to generate a high-quality cultural and tourist offer, promoting the cultural and tourism development of the territories along of the roads and where the sites are located, giving the possibility to make a journey from large towns and roads to quiet byways where we can slow down and stop at villages, bridges, passes, military camps, and monuments of Roman period that still maintain their place in the landscape. The communications has among its activities in the last years the making of the logo, a new website, iter-romanum.eu, in 3 languages, English, French, and Spanish. The launch of social media and channels, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. We prepared also an institutional leaflet. Among the other activities, during the last 6 years, we held 7 meetings covering each partner country of the project, technical meetings every 2 or 3 months, and a scientific committee of experts was established in 2020. In 2018, ITER Romanum participated to the 14th edition of the European Night of Museums and the International Museums Day, with activities organized by the different partners. We organized also an itinerant exhibition about the places part of the association and a scientific conference about Roman roads in Braga in 2021. We also participated to the European Archaeological Days, for instance in Aquileia, since 2020 onwards. We have also published a research about epigraphy in our places. Now we are working in an educational notebook for students, and finally in July 2022, we presented the candidacy to be certified as cultural route by the Council of Europe. What are the next steps for the next 3 years? I make some examples. The recruitment of new partners, of course, is very important for the consolidation of the itinerary. The design of a map of the itinerary, the making of a promotional video to present the Roman-themed reserves in the territories of the partners. We want to establish links between the reenactment events organized by each partner. It's important the cooperation and exchange of good practices between the destinations, for instance, encouraging sustainability and the protection of natural resources and the environment. Agreements with public administration and tour operators and other stakeholders for promotion of ITER Romanum. Working with local guides so that they can learn about the route and incorporate information about the network and the other members of ITER Romanum. Development of a product club about gastronomy in Roman times aimed at hotel and catering companies of the associated entities. Working, of course, on single scientific themes connected with the Roman roads, the roads of conquest, the rural world, the integration of limits, the value of water connected with roads, the integration of the mountains. A quick presentation, finally, of the members of the association. We have Alésia in France. It's famous for the decisive battle of Caesar against Vercingetorix. The Museo Park of Alesia was born in 2012, and the Interpretation Center completes the visit of the Gallo-Roman town. Arlon in Belgium, one of the oldest cities of the country, with a lot of evidences of the Gallo-Roman period in its archaeological museum. Braga in Portugal, Bracara Augusta in Roman times, founded by Augustus, has several archaeological areas musealized and visitable. Ruta Via de la Plata in Spain, connecting Sevilla to Gijón, consolidated by the Romans, where several archaeological sites are visitable along the road, such as Italica, Augusta Emerita, Merida, Asturica Augusta, Astorga, Legio Septima, León, as far as Noega, near Gijón. Aquileia in northeastern Italy, one of the biggest cities of the Roman Empire, with an important Christian basilica dating back to 4th century AD and UNESCO site since 1998. And finally, Sremska Mitrovica, Sirmium, in Serbia, was a city of Roman emperors in the late antiquity, with a part of the imperial residence that in 2009 was included in a visitors center. So these are our partners. We are going, we hope, we are going to increase the number and to have other partners from other countries in Europe. Thank you for your attention and Kalispera.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The Secretary will have some questions, but I will refrain from asking questions. There will be another opportunity, but very interesting and very interesting for sure. Alexandra Gribic, the Romea Strata candidacy. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Kalispera, good afternoon. I'm glad to be here to present and have the opportunity to present the Romea Strata during this annual advisory forum. So thank you for all the organization. How to start? Like a story. So once upon a time, there was a very cultured priest in Vicenza, a little city in the north of Italy, who was a pilgrimage guide to the Holy Land and throughout Europe. His culture and curiosity prompted him to wonder why there were no recognized pilgrimage routes in Eastern Europe. So he called some experts, and then the history began. So some of you know him. And yeah, the project of the rediscovering of these ancient routes started 9 years ago in Italy, thanks to this conference dedicated to the pilgrimage routes for Rome, Santiago, and Jerusalem in the northeast of Italy in 2013. And this brought out the historical basis for the study of these ancient ways. What's the general theme of the Romea Strata? The Romea Strata was an important European route traveled by pilgrims from Central and Eastern Europe in their way to Rome. So from the Baltic Sea, they crossed Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Czech Republic, and Italy. But Before becoming a pilgrimage route, this path was used for multiple purposes, including trade, amber, silk, iron, and this has led to development of culture through art and architecture that we meet today along the route, like hospitalities, churches, museums, so all the memories of our European culture and heritage. The road has also been frequented by enlightened minds that have left their mark in the fields of science, such as Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo Galilei. And it was furthermore crossed by fundamental figures who through this route and have spread Christianity, Judaism, and also Protestantism. So, the meaning of this route is perfect explained in our logo. And as you can see, we have these three main elements that describe the Romea Strata. The yellow arrow, so the pilgrimage route from the northeast of Europe that reach Rome. And then the two orange lines that represent the other two main peregrinaciones mayores to Santiago and Jerusalem. And the colored cycle that represent the richness and variety of the historical, artistic, and cultural heritage. And we really want to highlight so all this variety that the Romea Strata represents. Here, the picture, so you can mainly best understand the route. You can see that we cross 7 countries. We have 4,044 kilometers long and 208 stages. And this is both walking and cycling route. Some words about the Romea Strata European Association that was constituted in 2018 with the 30 founding members. So we have divided it in these countries. Of course, you can see that in Italy we have the most representatives because the project began earlier, 9 years ago. But then, in 4 years, and despite the pandemic, actually, we doubled the members. That it's so a very great goals, because now today we are like a 56 members in the European Association. And our board of directors is composed by 8 people. So, of course, the president, this famous priest in Vicenza that started the project, and 1 representative from each state involved. What we have done in these 3 years past, of course, we have implemented all the ordinary activities of the association. So the board meetings every 2 months, scientific meetings 2 times a year, general assembly once a year, and the communication management. Then we also support pilgrims in organizing their experience along the route. For example, we have already 5 pilgrim bikes that had made the entire route from Tallinn to Rome. We collaborate a lot with all the different network stakeholders, like hike schools that use the route as a new schoolroom for teaching everything, and also with all other local associations, like, for example, CRIPS, but also we are developing other networks with UNESCO sites and so on. We also organized different kind of events, like the Pilgrimage for Ukraine in March, and we participate in different kind of also exhibition and events related to the monasteries. And this most probably famous, the Pilgrimage Promotion Tour, we decided to organize in order to promote the so long tour. So we organized 4 editions to walk along all the way. But the most important activities probably is the European project, because allow all our members to cooperate and to work together. and especially because the European Association is a no-profit association. You know better than me that the European funds save us and allow us to improve the project and to do and to realize the very special things in different fields. We work with Erasmus+, Horizon Project, Interreg Project. So we have a lot of this kind of cooperation among the partners. Yeah, this is just a picture to share with you a little bit of the feeling of this pilgrimage promotion tour that ends in Rome this summer. This was just a part of the pilgrims. They were 600 this summer in Italy. We walked from Aquileia to Rome to promote the Italian part. The first edition was ended in from Krakow to Aquileia, so we walk along the Czech Republic and the Poland route. And the next year, we are going to organize the pilgrimage promotion tour along the Poland part of the route. And of course, you all are invited to join us this experience. 2 words related to our communication tools. So we have the official website with all the GPX tracks, pictures, and point of interest that you can encounter along the route. The Facebook page, and of course Instagram also, and the YouTube channel. And we have also 2 newsletters, one for our members and another one for the public. We have realized 2 different brochures, one for the Way and one from the European Association, translated in all the 8 languages. Of course, the credentials, so the pilgrim card, and also a pilgrim notebook for the spiritual experience of the Way. In Italy, we also have this opportunity, thanks to the European project, to realize also the walking and bike guides of the Italian part, and to put all the arrows along all the route in Italy. So now we would like to go ahead and put the arrows all along the route from Tallinn to Rome. In fact, you can see that our future activities are mainly divided in 4 principal topics. The management and cooperation. It means that we would like to improve our national coordination of the European Association. Infrastructure. It means maintenance, the accessibility of the route, and especially develop the local agreements with local stakeholders. Communication, of course, so going ahead with the website, translated in all languages, and also production of the guide for each country. And finally, the events that I have already mentioned, so next year in Poland and the other year in the 2024 in the Baltic Republics. And we are going to continue to work with the European project, and we would like to work for the Jubilee of the 2025. That is one of the most important events that we are going to attend. Just the last word that I would like to leave you, this last input, to underline what is the difference probably of this kind of pilgrimage route. It's the richness that I have already talked about, all the heritage, the European and cultural heritage that are under our feet along this route. And this, our scientific committee wants to valorize and promote in order to share to all the people. So that's why we have so much areas of interest that we want to traduce in the tourist product, to give to all people the possibility to live this experience of the pilgrimage way as also an experience of the Europe cultural way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Grbić. As for the presentation of Mr. Tursi, lots of interesting questions arise, and we would like to have a discussion, a conversation with you, but unfortunately not possible in this setting. But there will be opportunities for you to interact with the independent experts that will be evaluating your routes in the coming months. So there will be time for all these questions. And of course, the member states will be also happy and free to contact you in the months to come to interact with you. And this is one of the objectives of the forum, for you to be in contact with them. The next speaker, I'm very pleased to welcome Mr. Michel Roussel, the President of the European Network of St. Michael's Sites and Ways. Mr. Roussel.
Merci. Bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to talk to you about Saint Michael, whom I really love. He is one of the most important personalities of the Jewish, Arabic, rather Islamic, and Christian tradition. In the Jewish tradition, it actually means that he is like God, and he is represented with a sword, with a spear. And this representation reflects the fight against every kind of evil. And this representation has been adopted by Kiev and by Brussels, by countries and by different empires, by different countries and different empires. He is often mentioned in war times, and there's another representation or raffiguration with
En Europe.
with a balance, because he is the one balancing justice. And in Europe, but also in other continents, mentions of spirituality, of sanctuaries, of chapels are very, very important. There are many villages and many cities which actually take their names from St. Michael, and the sanctuaries of St. Michael are usually located in places of altitude, and they are considered to offer therapy to patients. Now, how did our plan and vision start? The unification of the roads of Mont Saint-Michel was created in 1998, and we wanted to discover new routes of pilgrimage which would lead to Mont Saint-Michel, in order to create an informal network of partners at the level, at the European level, in in England, rather, in Italy, in France. This process of unification was recognized in 2007 with the name route of the Council of Europe, but then it was lost, and this is why we created the European network of the sites and of the roads of St. Michael, in order to involve Spain, France, and Italy. Today, our network has two different dimensions. It has a federal dimension, if I may say so, organizing the synergies between the sanctuaries and the monuments dedicated to Saint Michel, and another dimension of development and regeneration of the ways and the routes in between these sites. The network sees the participation of associations and local authorities. Our statute has 4 axes. We propose programs of cultural exchanges between the sites involved. We coordinate the development of these routes and these sites. We promote research and valorize research in the fields of history, history of art, and the history of art, and we also wish to disseminate communication of neighboring routes and sites of the road of Saint Michel. This is a very solid network involving Mont Saint Michel, Sacra, and other sites, other places that are less known to the broader public, which, however, help us further promote and valorize this route, this network. We try to disseminate the memory of Saint Michel and promote an important European cultural heritage in order to create also some digital tools and some audiovisual tools for the visitors of the area, of the route. Now, with Saint Michel route, we offer cultural itinerary, uplifting the traveler and promoting mild and sustainable tourism, soft and sustainable tourism, and also strengthening the European identity, which goes beyond the particularities of the single territories. To date, we have 6 sanctuaries dedicated to the Archangel. Mont Saint Michel in Normandy, which is known all over the world, the Saint Michel Sacra, which is a symbol of the Piedmont region, then the one in Navarra in Spain, Saint Michel de Guil in France, and San Miguel de Flavia in South Catalonia. Mont Sant'Angelo would also like to connect with us. Then the St. Michael's Mount in England, and the Vidubie Monastery in Kiev. The members of our network, as I have already mentioned, are collective authorities, local authorities, or associations. They are here on this map. There are 13 bodies, 6 local authorities, 5 local communities, and 7 associations participating in our network. The authorities and the communities create a very dynamic support network and participate in the actions promoted by the network, thanks to the work of volunteers. Our network over the past 3 years has been structured on the basis of the participation and on the help of an agreement of international cooperation with a very rich action plan, which had access to a European funding that brought us 150,000 euros to allow us to engage in certain actions and activities. The axes of this program have 3 objectives: to utilize and promote cultural heritage, promote tourist economy, and further establish and strengthen the European identity. Many actions developed in the 5 territories that participated in this agreement of cooperation, and I would like to stress the importance of 2 transversal actions which were extremely structural. One of them is a study in order to promote the marketing of these routes, of these sites, which led us to a better definition of the identity of our network and to rendering it more visible. And then, given the complexity of this route, given the complexity, I had the idea to organize a seminar with the participation of all stakeholders to prepare our dossier, our file of for the certification. The members of our network aim at promoting the fact that we are a cultural route, and we want to capitalize on the visibility of this title, of this label. And with the ecosystem that we will be creating, and with the ecosystem of the other cultural routes, to broaden our horizons and to exchange experiences and knowledge. The management of the route will need to be very, very strict in order to have access to the certification. The objectives and our plans since the first agreement of cooperation have been very specific. We're going to create a new agreement soon, which will be enriched with new territories. But the 3 main objectives will remain the same. And in the next General Assembly, we will promote a new type of governance which will be applied on the basis of the new number of members. And now, more than 30 years, we have been working to promote the history of art and the history of pilgrimage sites, thanks to the cooperation of CUCSA and the Mont Saint-Michel. The network needs to distribute and disseminate in a more effective way the products of this study and of our research. And in order to have a better marketing position, well, we want to be able to guarantee at a European level the promotion of our sites so that the network will become even more dynamic and so that we will be able to further promote our initiatives in cooperation with the sector of education, with the universities and schools. I hope that the people who will assess our file will understand our sincere spirit and our willingness and determination to promote our cultural heritage and our commitment to strengthen the European identity, which is based on democracy and on the wealth of our cultural diversity.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Roussel. And I would like to remind speakers to please, in the way it's possible, to limit themselves to the allotted time so that we can all present the proposals. And maybe a clarification about the reference that Mr. Roussel made to the fact that the network that was certified in 2007 lost the certification. This is part of the procedures, and the reason is because in 2011 the Council of Europe introduced a new resolution setting out the criteria for certification, which is more, if you will, strict than in the past. And one of the criteria is 3 Council of Europe member states need to be part of the European cultural route of the Council of Europe. That is a requirement, and that is one of the reasons of this certification. Now I give the floor to Ms. Simona Messina, the manager of the Transhumance, Trails and Rural Roads. Ms. Messina, you have the floor.
To start? I'll wait. So, good afternoon. I promise trying to stay within the 10 minutes that you accorded us. Waiting for the images, I take advantage and start. And first of all, thank you for this opportunity. And today I have the privilege and the pleasure to give you a general outline of the candidate network, Transhumance, Trails and Rural Roads. I hope that the images come, but first, let me remind that transhumance is a human practice in which herders and livestock periodically move from the summer pastures in the high altitudes to the winter pastures of the lowlands and coastal plain. So it always happens along specific system of tracks and trails, which are dating from the prehistory times. Transhumant pastoralism has been a main fundative element of European civilization, and we have, and still is practiced sometimes, different kinds of transhumance from the Black Sea to the Atlantic Ocean, and then from the, oh, I'm puzzled, from the, yes. Okay. Okay. So I was saying, this transhumance is still practiced, and it involves the whole continent. Along this specific system of trails and tracks, transhumant pastoralism is a fundative element of European civilization, and it has generated an extraordinary ethnographic legacy and a cultural heritage that must be preserved. The net of tracks and trails widespread across the continent is the core pattern of our theme. In our opinion, it is very significant as European common heritage, for the European common heritage and identity. And it has been at the basis of the ancient viability system and has been a vehicle for the enhancement of commercial and cultural exchanges. Our goal is to link in a common net as many as possible tracks and trails of this kind. Here you have spotted in red the countries already directly involved in the network. Founders countries are Spain, Italy, and Sweden. Portugal and France have joined the network, and we are proud to say that we have an extra European member, which is Mexico, on the other side of the ocean. And our goal is to extend the network, possibly encompassing the Pannonian regions and look towards the Mediterranean areas. We aim to encompass a different range and degree of definition of trails, because we are convinced that the visibility that could be granted by an established network could provide, facilitate the best opportunities of cultural and touristic promotion for all. Here you have a quick outlook of the tracks already acquired to the networks. They're all situated in, let's say, peripheral areas due to just regional or economic and social reasons. And just to give you an example, Canary Island, which is part of our net, has been recognized from Europe as an outermost region. And the Sami people in Laponia, up to the north, are an ethnic minority. And Swedish reindeer herders, Sami reindeer herders, are now facing additional threatening due to new mining activities which have been planned, not yet done, but planned in one of their core areas in Sweden. And we are convinced that, again, an established network could be of support in this situation. Let me emphasize once more that roads and tracks are the core part of the theme, along with livestock and herders. Herders are the human patrimony, the living heritage we are focusing on, because it's thanks to this migrational, the seasonal migration of herders and their flocks that the system of tracks has been preserved till now, and along with the grazing landscape, that is to say, landscape, cultural landscape of pastoralism. I'm puzzled because this is the draft, but never mind. The association has been founded formally in 2018. It has since then has the legal status of international non-profit association, and founding members are Spain, Italy, and Sweden. And it's managed by a steering committee. And it has a general assembly of all the members, regularly meeting at least once a year. We have a steering committee, a scientific committee of international, interdisciplinary, and valued academic members. Our associates are mostly public entities, local administrations, regional municipalities, universities, museums, cultural centers, and of course, grassroots, local grassroots associations. And we also allow single individual person as friends of transhumans. We've been active since 2016. It's the year in which we launched the first international seminar on pastoralism to promote scientific cooperation, enhancement of memory, and to raise awareness of the common heritage. Since then, we have had regularly meetings, and during the pandemic, virtual meetings, and we've been engage in local reenactment and dissemination. Music plays a key role according to transhumance. We have fostered on many occasions musical performances. Musicians have proposed revisited traditional repertory, performing with traditional instruments of pastoral handicraft. And we are now focusing on enhancing visibility, improving the scientific approach, dissemination. We are on, and of course, developing social media tools. We are on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and we have an updated website where we record all the information, what we're doing, and the future information and the future step. And talking about future, we are now focusing on a few strategical points, which is to enhance the network, strengthening the ongoing context, consolidate our financial situation. I'm proud to announce that we have recently received funding from the government of Canary Islands, provide an offer of culture and arts through partnership with musicians and performers and academies of fine arts, extend the cultural offer of educational for young people in partnership with universities and local association already engaged with young people, and foster the quality produce in partnership with local producers and stakeholders and breeding farmers. There is a very rich, not only dairy products and wool, there is a very rich gastronomy in which taste the sea meets the mountain, following the migration of the herders. And just to conclude, we have personally, directly, we are directly experiencing this intercultural dialogue, connecting with colleagues from different countries and different backgrounds, and of course, enjoying this extraordinary human experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Messina, for the presentation of the Transhumance on Trails and Rural Roads. And now I am very pleased to give the floor to Ms. Josette Durieux, the President of the House of Europe of the Pyrenees, for her presentation of the candidate route, the Pyrenees Freedom Route. Madame Durieux.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much, Mr. Dominioni. Really, thank you very much for your support. As the president of the House of Europe of the Pyrenees, I am hereby presenting our candidacy, the Pyrenees Liberation Route. I am referring to the Second World War between 1940 and 1944. And to the routes towards France and Spain, and then to London, where pilots found themselves and crossed the borders to enter the resistance. So we have the important theme of the resistance, which is very symbolic, And we need to remind certain important concepts and notions to our youth. If the Maison d'Europe des Pyrénées submits this plan, then the manager will be called Liberté Pyrénées, with 4 bodies, rather departments, one of the local authorities, one of the institutions, the organizations, and the one of personalities that have been recognized by the historians, and of course the various associations and unions. The budget is 31,000 euros, but we have participants like the local authorities and the local bodies. There are 3 countries, France, Spain, the United Kingdom, given that the objective of the people crossing the route was to reach the United Kingdom, and Andorra, of course. So we have 4 members of the Council of Europe. Our geographical basis, our strength lies in the participation of the local authorities. Apart from the 4 countries, we will have the participation of 2 regions from Spain, Aragon and Catalonia, 5 from France, and 7 communities, and in the United Kingdom we have 2 bodies participating. One is ROP EHRA with Colin Cameron, which is a former Secretary General and a member of the new association that we set up. And the second body is the Interparliamentary Committee, presided by Tony Lloyd, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of England, and who participates in our association. So we have a very solid basis, I could say. This is a document. There was a previous document I wanted to show you, but I lost it. Maybe a bit... this one, yes, thank you. Well, I'd like to point out 2 or 3 things here. The poverty, rather, the poor quality of the mapping, but we see France, we see the free and the occupied territories, we see the Pyrenees Mountains. We're talking about the Spain of Franco, and this is why we have in our logo the cycle, rather the circle, which denotes freedom. So we have 9 founding members of the Council of Europe. These routes I mean, we have to absolutely improve this mapping. This is a very, very it is a map that needs to be upgraded. And 9 routes showing 5 routes which exist today, and we will start mapping them as of next week in order to better document them. And these are all documents that resulted from the documentation process, which was never, however, well coordinated. Two observations about one of the routes, like this one. This is the escape route. There were 1,200 prisoners who organized their escape. There was a resistance network in Argent. Despite their political diversity, they took a common decision to escape. Some made it, some didn't make it. Some made it to go back to the countries, to the territories where, to their territories. And so their relatives, they wrote a book, and thanks to the information provided by them, we were able to create this route. And these testimonies, they are very, very important for us. The book Master and Cheyet. He was a hero. He was 20 years old back then in 1947. He became a hero, and then he came back. Here he is, 92 years old, and he came to officialize and to document, rather, the routes and to and this is our task for the future, the mapping, which is an arduous task, but this is what we're going to do as of next week. Secondly, we're going to engage in a digital process. Here, so the mapping process and the digitalization. We need to be able to collect and to select and to document, and then we will have to pass to the digital approach and digitalize the files that we have been given by Spain. So we have the tools. We have the European Center of Information about the Countryside. We have the Center of Digital Interpretation, and Living Light considered us to be a living digital center. And this is a nice process that we have to follow, the digitalization of all such information. In Occitan, a seminar was held. And we were invited, but this is our plan now, comprising all the historians who studied these routes, 5 from Spain, 30 from France. Europe is not the continent of peace anymore, and we need to work with young people. We need to further promote the routes. The members of the parliament will help us. We want Europe to become the Europe of the peoples. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Durieux. And now,
thank you so much.
This presentation is for Mr. Pekka Huttu Hiltunen, chairperson of the Singing Heritage Route. There will be a presentation, first a video and then a presentation. Yeah.
For thousands of years, singing has been the way of telling stories, memorizing information, entertaining yourself and others, and especially showing who we are. 4 small democratic countries, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, have decided to join their strengths to show their cultures, traditions, and beautiful nature to all who are interested. For this reason, Singing Heritage Route is formed. Singing Heritage Route is a route along the eastern borders of 4 countries. The route's total distance is now over 2,000 kilometers, and it can be even more in the future. In all countries of the area, singing has been, and still is, strongly connected to their cultural, linguistic, and natural identity. During these centuries, the Baltic and Finnic people maintained their cultural nature and language by keeping up their singing traditions and songs. The dominating classes often had different languages and habits. Still, ordinary people used their old songs and kept their beliefs and cultural worldview alive by singing them, thus maintaining their languages and cultural identities. The singing tradition had a significant role in the turmoils of the early 20th century. The most impressive demonstration of the power of the singing movement was the awakening that took place at the turn of the 1980s and 1990s in all Baltic countries. It was primarily based on the song and dance celebrations, which had strengthened the sense of national identity and need for sovereignty. The concept of the singing revolution is today known worldwide. The Runo song tradition is considered to be at least 2,000 years old. The definition is based on linguistic research. At about the same time, different variations of the Baltic Finnic language began to diverge from each other. Today, the Runo song can be found, besides the actual singing, in the Finnish and Karelian languages, and in every aspect of Finnish culture, from popular music to visual art. Finnish Kalevala is common all over the world. The stories and presentation of the national epic are based on Runo song tradition. For example, J.R.R. Tolkien studied Kalevala and Runo songs when creating the Elven language. Lelo is an interesting and distinctive sub-tradition of 2,000-year-old Finnic Runo song, and it is central to the cultural identity of Seto people. Seto polyphonic singing tradition is practiced in southeastern Estonia and can be found on the UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage. Multipart Seto Lelo is sung by a lead singer and a choir. In the choir, all singers sing the lower main part, and only one sings the upper accompaniment. In the eastern part of Latvia, the tradition is called singing with a puspals. This singing style is usually performed in small groups. An important role is played by the solo singer, who almost shouts her share. This kind of singing was practiced outside, in the field or the yard. Therefore, it must be loud so the neighbors could hear it. Sutartinis is a form of polyphonic music performed by female singers in northeast Lithuania. The men are presenting an instrumental version of Sutartinis. Songs tell about many different themes like work, calendar rituals, weddings, family, wars, history, and moments of daily life. Choreography is uncomplicated, such as walking in the form of a circle while linking arms and stamping feet. Souttartinis is also presented at festivals, concerts, and social gatherings. The Singing Heritage Route aims to enhance the safeguarding and transition of singing traditions to the next generations in the 4 participating countries, and, at the same time, support sustainable cultural tourism in the eastern parts of the countries, and give new opportunities for enterprises and communities to get income from tourism. Supporting territorial development in remote areas is essential for route cooperation. The Singing Route area is much more than the songs. People who live there have a close relationship with nature, and nature is almost in every aspect of their life, which is quite rare in modern Europe. We invite you to visit on our route of singing heritage. We do not forget our other living cultural heritages, like saunas or delicious food. You are also able to relax in our beautiful and peaceful nature.
Thank you. Singing Heritage Routes meets very well all criteria of the European cultural routes. Singing is an important and democratic channel for communication for ordinary people. It is very personal, but at the same time it can unite people. Singing traditions reflect the diversity of languages and cultures. Our cooperation is based on research. The songs reflect memory, history, and heritage, and also give possibility for creative work. We have begun to have exchange operations for young people. Earlier, the organizers have had their own courses and events for young, and now we are increasing this international cooperation. We are open for initiatives and projects. Our cooperation on cultural route began actually in 2015. Earlier, for instance, Vilnius Ethnic Culture Center, Estonian Literary Museum, and Runosong Academy have had research cooperation, but in 2015 we began to talk about developing cultural tourism and the idea of singing heritage route. Gradually, more organizations came to participate in the network, and in 2020, 2021, we decided to register our network as association. And this year, we developed the application to be certified as European Cultural Route. Here is the list of our 13 members of the association. We think the association as the core of the network. There are many cooperating partners and organizations in each country which are not actually members, so the network actually is much more large than the association. Here you can see the list of our communication channels. We are active in web and in social media, but we don't reject traditional printed media, brochures and maps and so on. We have plans for the next years, workshops and meetings and seminars, but maybe the most important for the next years is those concrete and tangible development actions which have to be done in order to get tourists to find our route, to find the destinations and events along the route. This means signs, info desks, and so on. Here you can see the contact information of our network and also the logos of the supporters. And I want to thank the organizers for the possibility to join this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Huttu Hiltunen, also for keeping a strict time requirement. We appreciate that, so that we can end in time with this this session. I'm very grateful that you came to the forum, all of you, to present your candidate routes that have submitted officially an application for the next cycle. And as you know, there is a process now that has started with an independent expert review and with contacts and submission of information that you have already done. So thank you also for the work of providing us a lot of documentation. It's a process, it's a learning process, and for all of us as well. And we wish you all the best of luck in your application. And as you know, the Bureau of the Enlarged Partial Agreement on Cultural Routes will review the report of the independent expert in February, and you will be invited in May. I do think we have the dates. It will be the second week of May to Luxembourg to meet with the member states and have a conversation with them and to answer their questions for their decision. So thank you again for coming, and we wish you a nice continuation of your stay at the forum. We hope you have enjoyed it, and we do appreciate. As I said, your presentations will be submitted to the member states of the governing board for their review, for their documentation, so that they will go home with the 6 submitted presentations in streaming and also the PowerPoint. So thank you again. I invite you to take the floor. Big applause. Thank you. And now, before we close and we go to the next event that will take us to the center of Hania, I would like to take the opportunity to show a video of the Organization of Ibero-American States that we unfortunately were not able to show earlier on. But this is a very important video because we have a cooperation with the Organization of the Ibero-American States as a Council of Europe, and as the governing board, the OEI enjoys a participatory status. So I would like to show you the video, the greetings from the Deputy Secretary General of the Organization of Ibero-American States, Mr. Andrés de Licht, who will send his forum greetings from Madrid. So thank you very much, and if technicians could send the video. Thank you.
Es un placer saludarlos y agradecer a todas las entidades organizadoras de este foro anual consultivo la invitación para presentar la cooperación que realizamos desde nuestra organización como puente entre América Latina y Europa. Nuestro trabajo de cooperación está creando alianzas entre entidades e instituciones y generando frutos concretos en términos de la temática que seguramente este Consejo va a trabajar. En este sentido, estamos avanzando en la creación de la Cátedra de Patrimonio y Rutas e Itinerarios Culturales, que para nosotros es un punto central en términos de la cultura de nuestra región. Para ello contamos con el acompañamiento del Instituto Europeo de Itinerarios Culturales y el convenio que supimos firmar hace un tiempo con su director y el apoyo que hemos tenido por parte de este instituto para estas políticas de la OEI. Quisiera presentarles a la OEI. La OEI es un organismo que tiene más de 73 años en la cooperación iberoamericana, 19 oficinas, 18 de ellas en el resto de Iberoamérica, su sede está en Madrid, y que viene trabajando en más de 400 programas en este momento de cooperación con otros organismos multilaterales y con los propios países. Para nosotros es un enorme placer comprometernos con las rutas culturales, comprometernos con el Instituto Europeo de Rutas Culturales y el trabajo que estamos realizando en este sentido. Así que muchas gracias por esta oportunidad y esperemos seguir trabajando juntos en función de fortalecer las rutas culturales en Iberoamérica.
Thank you to the Organization of Ibero-American States, and I also like to welcome Monica Garcia, the program officer of the Organization of Ibero-American States that has been with us. As you know, both for the certified routes, but also for the candidate routes, extending the networks outside the European borders is definitely one of the strategies that can be developed. The networks of the cultural routes are open to non-European Council of Europe member states. So Ibero-America is for sure a very interesting opportunity for many cultural routes that have themes, that have a history that connects them to this continent. So thank you for being here with us this afternoon. I have two technicals information to give you concerning the cultural program that was distributed. I would like to announce that there are, for one of the cultural programs, 12 registrations. This is the Knossos cultural trip, and we have received the information that in order to for the trip to take place, we will need 20 registrations. That's the minimum requirement for organizing such a trip. So those of you who are still interested and have not yet registered and not yet paid, please do so. My colleague Katrina Nekar is here to my right. She will be able to give you the information on how to do so. Any other information about the cultural program, Ms. Anekar? Okay, so that is something that we very much recommend you to take advantage of. These are specific programs that have been designed by the Cretan authorities to show you the best of our hosts. And so take advantage as much as you can, and that is one of the announcements. The second announcement is that the forum will conclude its proceedings in the city of Hania. There will be now a closing ceremony and a dinner that you're all invited to. And the bus will leave in an hour, 17:30, at 5:30. There will be transportation, a bus that will leave from the Minoa Palace Hotel outside from the main lobby. Several buses, as a matter of fact, will take those of you who want to join us for the concluding remarks and the dinner in the wonderful city of Hania. So we recommend you do attend all the forum up to the end. There are some surprises as well for the closing, and we will be very pleased to have you all in downtown Hania. And I know that the local authorities and Mr. Satakis have prepared a very nice program for us this evening. So thank you very much for your attention. We look forward to seeing you. The bus will leave at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.